Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, find out about one of Saturn's moons that has one of the best chances for life to exist outside of Earth. We'll also see how spacecraft are placed into orbit around faraway planets. And Johnny Alonso finds out how advanced materials are keeping us safer. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Brad Breckenridge, filling in for Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to Destination Tomorrow.
This program will uncover how past, present, and future research is creating today's knowledge to answer the questions and solve the challenges of tomorrow.
We begin with a look at a fascinating moon called Titan, which is orbiting around the planet Saturn. This moon has become the subject of much scientific speculation in recent years, since it was discovered to have an atmosphere roughly 4 times thicker than Earth's. About half the size of Earth, this small planet-like moon has an atmosphere that contains large amounts of nitrogen and carbon. This is important because these chemicals are considered by many scientists to be the building blocks for life as we know it.
Little is known about Titan's surface because its thick atmosphere hides it from view. To help us learn more about Titan, NASA scientists have launched an intriguing mission to explore this distant moon. This mission, called Cassini-Huygens, was launched from Kennedy Space Center on October 15, 1997. Once at Saturn, the Cassini-Huygens spacecraft will not only study Saturn's atmosphere and its other moons, but will also drop a small lander onto the surface of Titan. While Cassini-Huygens will dramatically boost our knowledge of Titan, it will likely lead to more questions about this interesting moon.
Tonya St. Romain spoke with researcher Dr. Marianne Rudisil to find out more about the current mission and possible future missions to Titan.
One of NASA's stated goals is to search for life and life-enabling conditions, such as water and lifelike chemistry throughout the universe. In recent years, the task of searching for life has become much easier with the development of tools like the Hubble Space Telescope and advanced sensors aboard spacecraft. With these technology advancements, NASA scientists are now able to better identify so-called hotspot locations in the universe. A hotspot location is simply a celestial body, that is, a planet or a moon, that may have conditions that are conducive to the origin and existence of life. Scientists have located a number of potential hotspots in our solar system, but one of the most intriguing is a moon orbiting the planet Saturn named Titan. Titan is very exciting because unlike most moons in our solar system, it actually has an atmosphere. In fact, many scientists believe that Titan's atmosphere closely resembles early Earth's atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago, when life was just beginning on our planet. The chemicals that make up Titan's thick, hazy atmosphere include nitrogen and carbon, elements considered by scientists to be the building blocks or raw materials for life as we know it.
With this in mind, NASA and European Space Agency scientists are working on a mission called Cassini-Huygens, which will study Saturn and some of its moons, including Titan. The Huygens probe will descend into the thick Titan atmosphere to study its composition and look for signs of prebiotic chemistry. I spoke with Dr. Marianne Rudisil at NASA Langley Research Center to find out why this distant moon is such an important place to study.
Titan's a really interesting place to explore for a number of reasons. It's a very large moon. It's larger than 2 of our planets, Mercury and Pluto. But the most interesting thing about it actually is that Titan has a very dense atmosphere. And this atmosphere has a lot of chemistry, interesting chemistry going on. Most of the atmosphere at Titan is nitrogen, a lot like Earth's. It has methane, but it also has a lot of complex organic types of molecules going on. And it has weather as well. And so we think that potentially there are actually clouds on Titan that kind of rain organic molecules down onto the surface and kind of lay out an organic sludge along the surface of Titan. So a lot of scientists believe that in some important ways Titan might actually be very much like what Earth was like in its early days prior to life on our planet. So it's an interesting place to go to kind of look at those processes and understand how life originated on our planet in that type of physical environment.
One of the reasons Titan is of great interest to scientists is because it's the only moon in the solar system known to have clouds and a thick planet-like atmosphere.
Because Titan's atmosphere contains nitrogen and high percentages of smog-like chemicals such as methane and ethane, it may actually rain gasoline-like liquids onto the surface, forming shallow methane-filled lakes. Although the smog-like atmosphere would be harmful to humans and other forms of complex life on our planet, the organic nature of Titan's atmosphere is much like the prebiotic environment from which life arose here on Earth. Simply put, these conditions may actually be laying the foundation for life on Titan sometime in the future.
Dr. Urdicell, is there potential for life on Titan?
Well, that's a really interesting question, actually, and maybe yes and maybe no. And I say that because of this. Maybe yes, because Titan has, as I said, some really interesting and complex organic chemistry going on. But the problem is that chemistry isn't all that it takes to have life. Titan is very far away from our sun, and so it's a very, very cold place. So the problem is that everything is ice. And life as we know it needs access to liquid water. And it also needs a source of energy. So on the one hand, yes, the chemistry could potentially support early life on Titan, but it's not warm enough. It's too cold and it doesn't have access to water and energy that it would need. But you could speculate about some other ways, perhaps, that it could have liquid water. We know, for example, that meteorites have come to Titan and hit the surface, generating heat and bringing energy with it, and perhaps for certain amounts of time, then that would mean that there could be pools of liquid water there. So it's really interesting to think about and speculate about the possibility of life in other parts and other locations of our solar system, and Titan is a very interesting place to look into those questions, and that's why we're going there.
Once the spacecraft gets to Saturn, how will it collect data? Will it use rovers like the Mars rovers?
No, actually, it's going to be rather different from the Mars mission. We're not sending rovers like Spirit and Opportunity. It won't be trundling around on the surface like we did on Mars. First, we're sending the Cassini spacecraft, and it's an orbiter, and when it reaches Saturn, it'll actually spend the next 4 years there, kind of doing a grand tour through the Saturn system. And one of the things it will do is about 40 flybys near Titan, collect information, kind of a big picture view of Titan. But then in addition to that, we have a Titan probe, Huygens probe, and that was developed by the European Space Agency, and it'll drop down through Titan's dense atmosphere and all the way down. The instruments will be taking all kinds of measurements like the density of the atmosphere and the temperature and altitude and things of that sort. And of course, it's going to be taking a lot of data, a lot of information about the chemistry of Titan's atmosphere, what kinds of things are there and how much. And it'll take about 2 to 2.5 hours to get all the way down through the dense atmosphere. We don't know what it will land in, but it will be able to stay on the surface and then in its local area kind of take some measurements and also radio that information back to the orbiter and back to Earth.
The next generation of science missions to Titan will probably be much different than the missions of today.
Because little is known about the moon's geology, one type of mission concept recently developed by NASA would rely on a dirigible type craft to move through Titan's atmosphere, taking multiple measurements over time. This blimp would float above the surface and deploy a small probe to sample Titan's atmosphere, methane crater lakes, and crater rim ice. The probe would be able to analyze the samples on the spot and then relay the information to scientists back on Earth. With Earth nearly 800 million miles away, the probe would need to be almost completely autonomous. This type of craft could conceivably float through Titan's atmosphere for many months, gathering valuable evidence about Titan's chemistry and geology and what that means for us back on Earth. Realistically, what are your expectations? Are you expecting to find life on Titan?
Scientists try to be very objective, you know, and only have attitudes and opinions based upon what we know, of course. And so I think a lot of people are holding back and saying, I don't expect to find life there. It's too cold. Even though we have extremophiles here on our planet that can live in very dry or very cold conditions, it's really cold out there, you know, and there isn't liquid water. So we're not expecting to see anything there. But the nice thing would be is if we could find, I think a lot of people would be very, very happy if we saw some serious complex organic chemistry going on. Prebiotic, you know, clearly prebiotic chemistry would just be wonderful. Going to other destinations in our solar system and then gathering this kind of information could really help us understand how our planet formed and how life originated on our planet. And these are really profound questions, not just to scientists, but to everyone. And so I think it's really interesting and great that NASA can send spacecraft and gather these kinds of data to help us answer those kinds of questions.
Many astrobiologists are skeptical as to whether life as we know it exists on Titan. Although many of the building blocks for life are there, temperatures average a numbing -290 degrees Fahrenheit. However, Titan might provide a habitat for life if scattered sources of heat from geysers or volcanoes are discovered. Coming up, we'll find out how NASA has been using a technique called aerobraking to insert spacecraft into extraplanetary orbits. But first, did you know that Saturn's density is the lowest in the solar system? Although Saturn has a diameter of about 75,000 miles, it's made up of primarily hydrogen and helium gases. The presence of these gases makes Saturn's specific gravity at about 0.7, less than that of water. In fact, Saturn's density is so low that if it were placed in an imaginary gigantic bathtub, it would float.
In the past, entering into orbit around a planet or moon required precise navigation and the ability to slow a spacecraft with thrusters. Of course, thrusters require large amounts of fuel to slow the craft down to orbital speeds. The fuel carried on these missions takes up valuable space, which can be used to store science instruments. To help reduce costs and create more room, NASA researchers have developed an alternative to using fuel to slow the craft, called aerobraking. Aerobraking uses the atmosphere of the target planet as both a brake and a steering wheel to slow the craft. Jennifer Pulley spoke with Dr. Mary Kay Lockwood to find out more about aerobraking and how NASA is using this technique in space travel. The sight of spacecraft flying out of the atmosphere on the way to a distant destination is a familiar one to most of us. In order to break free of the Earth's gravitational field, a typical spacecraft needs to be traveling at speeds close to 25,000 miles per hour. Once the spacecraft does break free, it is able to continue traveling to its destination at high speeds because there is very little friction to slow it down. Once the craft reaches its destination, the craft must decelerate from very high speeds to much lower speeds in a relatively short period of time. In the past, additional thrusters would be fired to help the craft decelerate as it approached its target. But a major problem with this method is that the fuel needed for these thrusters takes up valuable space and weight, which could be used to house additional science instruments. More recently, NASA has been using an aero assist technique called aerobraking, which adds the use of atmospheric drag to slow the craft rather than using thrusters alone. This technique allows additional science instruments to be delivered to a distant target while also reducing costs. I spoke to Dr. Mary Kay Lockwood at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Well, when we first approach a planet on a trajectory from Earth, we do a small firing of the thrusters and capture into a very large elliptical orbit about that planet. We then do several passes through the upper atmosphere of that destination to slow the spacecraft down into the final science orbit.
Aerobraking is accomplished when a vehicle makes multiple passes around a planet or moon and uses the atmosphere to slow down the vehicle. This process is very slow, sometimes taking several months, because the vehicle is only exposed to the upper layers of the atmosphere. This procedure is very similar to how a rock reacts when it is skimmed across the top of water. With each skip, the rock slows down until it finally stops. The spacecraft is similar, because with each pass through the atmosphere, it slows down more and more until it finally reaches the appropriate orbital speed. Has the aerobraking technique ever been flown on a mission?
Well, aerobraking was first demonstrated in the Magellan mission at the very end of the mission at Venus. And it has since flown in 2 successful Mars missions, both the Mars Global Surveyor mission and Mars Odyssey. It's also going to be used in the future on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter mission.
Once a vehicle nears its destination, how does the atmosphere slow it down?
Well, an atmosphere slows a vehicle down in the same way that if you were to put your hand out the window of a car while it's moving, you can feel the force of the air on your hand. And that is the same force that's slowing the spacecraft down when it passes through the atmosphere. Aerobraking is a good way to slow a vehicle down at a destination and capture into an orbit, but we're also looking at another approach called aerocapture.
Aerocapture is similar to aerobraking because it uses the atmosphere to slow a vehicle down. But unlike aerobraking, which only skims the top layers of the atmosphere, the aerocapture technique allows the vehicle to go deep inside the atmosphere of the target. The vehicle maneuvers through the atmosphere using drag to decelerate to the desired orbital speed. After the vehicle exits the atmosphere, a very small thruster firing occurs to achieve the desired orbit around the target planet or moon.
One of the major differences between aerobraking and aerocapture is that for aerocapture we need an aeroshell. And an aeroshell is very much the same as the aeroshell used on the Mars Exploration Rover missions you may be familiar with. But for aerocapture, of course, we're maneuvering through the atmosphere and then exiting the atmosphere and finally achieving an orbit at a destination, where with the Mars Exploration Rovers, we were landing on the surface of that destination. For aerobraking, you do not need an aeroshell because you're passing through the very upper part of the atmosphere, so the heating environment on the vehicle is not nearly as severe as it is with aerocapture.
So do different planets need different shaped aeroshells, or will one design work in all situations?
The aeroshell shape for the aerocapture missions at places like the Earth or at Mars or at Titan can be very similar to those that are used with the Mars Exploration Rover missions. But if we're going to destinations such as Neptune, that would require a different vehicle shape, different aeroshell shape, and that would be more shaped like a bullet that flies at an angle. To achieve a successful aerocapture, we have to stay within a very narrow corridor. If we don't stay within that corridor, we would have a flyby. We wouldn't capture into the orbit. Or on the other side, we would land. And so it's very important to stay within a particular corridor through that destination. At Neptune, the corridor is narrower.
It's kind of like a little highway?
It's like a little highway. And so at Neptune, in order to make the highway bigger, we need to have a different shape.
So Dr. Lockwood, in addition to aeroshells, what are some other techniques that can be used to slow a vehicle down?
We're looking at other techniques that might be second generation techniques that would use an inflatable aeroshell or even a volute. A volute basically looks like a giant donut. It's got tethers similar to a parachute, but it has a giant ring behind it. And that allows the spacecraft to fly shallower in the atmosphere to still slow down. We are always working to achieve the science and exploration goals for NASA. And being able to reduce the cost of these systems and being able to improve the performance of the systems is a very important part of achieving that goal. And it's very exciting and challenging work.
Coming up, we'll find out how specialized materials are saving lives. But first,
did you know that aerobraking was first tested on the Magellan mission to Venus in 1994? Although the Magellan mission used propulsion to slow the craft, aerobraking was tested at the end of the mission to validate the theory. With the success of this test, NASA researchers decided to use aerobraking as the primary deceleration method on one of its next missions, the Mars Global Surveyor. On February 4, 1999, history was made when the Mars Global Surveyor successfully obtained stable circular orbit of Mars using aerobraking as the primary method of deceleration.
Researchers at NASA have a long and significant history of materials technology development. With an impressive list of new lubricants, lightweight alloys, and composites, these materials have revolutionized our world.
Since the 1960s, the process of creating new materials has rapidly advanced. Today, NASA scientists are continuing to develop new materials that are hundreds of times stronger than steel at a fraction of the weight. These advanced materials are becoming so strong and lightweight, they can stop bullets and even keep debris from puncturing space vehicles.
But how are these materials made, and what else can they be used for? Our own Johnny Alonso finds out how it works.
Specialized protective clothing has been around for thousands of years. From ancient warriors to medieval knights, protective garments were worn to help prevent injuries and save lives. The materials that were used to make these types of clothing, like metal and leather, worked well in those early days. But as weapons became more sophisticated, the usual materials began offering less protection. The types of materials that were used to make protective clothing remained relatively unchanged until about the mid-1960s, when a research scientist named Stephanie Kwolek introduced a revolutionary new material called Kevlar. This material was not only lightweight and durable, but was about 5 times stronger ounce for ounce than steel. With this development, the world of protective materials changed forever. Today, stronger, lighter synthetic structures have opened up new and exciting avenues in the development of protective materials. These materials are being used in everything, from sporting goods to space applications. To help shed some light on how these materials have changed our lives, I spoke with Dr. Jeffrey Hinckley at NASA Langley Research Center to find out how it works.
If you look at the history of materials in humankind, you see the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and then the age of steel, which is sort of the Industrial Revolution. We're in the course of another revolution now of high-performance materials that can combine the strength, the stiffness of steel with other properties, electrical conductivity, the ability to be formed in plastically, and to even stop bullets. Another example is Kevlar, which is used in armor protection for our troops. And of course, glass fiber is familiar to some people, and glass fiber boats, and so on.
So we've talked about Kevlar. How does a thin material like that stop bullets?
You have here the flexibility of a fine fiber, very tough, resilient material, and twice as strong as steel at 1/5 the weight. And Kevlar is also a good material for penetration resistance, cut resistance. Because of the way it's fabricated, actually, the molecules that make up the polymer are stretched and aligned such that in order to break this material, you actually have to break the molecules.
To understand how a flexible material like Kevlar can stop bullets, just think of a net on a soccer goal. The net strands are interlaced together, which are in turn attached to the frame of the goal. When the ball is kicked into the goal, each tether extends from one side of the frame to the other, dispersing the energy from the point of impact over a wide area. This forces the ball to stop. The same basic principle applies to bulletproof vests. The vest is made up of layers of fabric containing incredibly strong fibers. When a bullet hits this material, the energy is dissipated, forcing it to stop before it can penetrate the vest. Why is NASA interested in using these materials?
Kevlar, as a bulletproof vest material, is essential to protecting the astronauts and the equipment, for example, on the space station.
Space is a very hostile environment. Extreme temperatures, radiation, and small meteorites can make working there very dangerous. For example, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth at close to 18,000 miles per hour. At these speeds, even a piece of debris the size of a grain of sand can damage the station. To help decrease the chance of an object penetrating the outer skin, the space station wears a type of bulletproof vest. Layers of aluminum, ceramic fabrics, and Kevlar form a blanket around each module's aluminum shell. If an object strikes the station, this blanket of protective materials helps to dissipate the energy of the object, helping to keep the crew safe inside. I know that composite materials are still relatively new. How do you think they will change in the future?
Maybe one of the most exciting examples is carbon nanotubes. These are pure carbon and unbelievably small, but they're in the form of a fiber. This is a material that was discovered in the 1990s, and is probably stronger than anything we've known up till now. It's perhaps stronger than diamond. The trick is to figure out how to make something useful out of these tiny, tiny tubes. This is 10,000 times smaller than a human hair. And so the trick is to use this material, which even under a microscope just looks like soot, into a strong, lightweight composite material. And so our chemists are working on that. An idea that's really on the drawing boards is the idea of a self-healing material. You can imagine a spacecraft that's going to be in orbit for 20 years. It would be nice not to have to service it. So we conceived the idea of a material that would heal itself after it was damaged. And I have an example here. This is a sort of a conventional plastic material that was struck by a 9mm bullet. And as you can see, it shattered and left a hole that's just a little over 9 millimeters in diameter. Here's a new material that was invented here at NASA. And this also was struck by a 9mm bullet. The bullet went right through. The bullet was not stopped, but there's no hole. We can imagine that self-healing materials would be useful in aircraft, too. Right now, when an aircraft is brought in for service, they look all around it for cracks. And they're looking for a critical crack, which on some commercial jets might be as much as 4 inches long. When they get to the critical crack size, they repair it. Well, we can imagine a composite material made with a self-healing matrix, self-healing plastic, that could heal itself, and the cracks would never grow. The exciting thing about working for NASA is that it is always something new. And we get to sometimes see the results of our work coming into commercial use.
So the next time you hear about somebody getting their life saved by a bulletproof vest, you know how it works. I wonder if these things work well with paintballs.
That's all for this edition of Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Brad Breckenridge.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Can you imagine elephants right in your own backyard? Pretty cool, huh? Well, that depends on whose eyes you're looking through.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay, along with our family of Asian elephants. You can see how big elephants are. In fact, they're the largest land animal on Earth. But along with their size comes enormous strength. And that combination doesn't always make them compatible with humans. We'll find out why shortly when we learn more about elephants, their habits, and their environments. We'll meet people who are passionate about elephants, from local villagers to researchers in Africa and the United States. We'll even find out how chili peppers are actually helping to save wild elephants. We know a lot about elephants, yet there's still so much that's unknown. So let's take a look at them from all sides in this episode of Saving a Species, The Elephant Story.
Elephants have captured our interest and our hearts since humans first appeared. They've been revered, respected, feared, and even domesticated. Yet their needs and our needs don't always match. Humans have been challenged to find ways to share space with these magnificent animals, especially as the human population expands. Today, elephant populations are declining. Currently, African elephants are listed as threatened on the endangered species list, while Asian elephants are listed as endangered. But why? There are several sides to the elephant story, and we can try to share many of them through the eyes, ears, and voices of humans. But what about the elephant's perspective? Over the years, we've gathered enough information to take an educated guess at what this view might be. Every time I visit Africa, it's a whole new experience. And this recent trip was no exception. Although I never know exactly what I'll come across, one thing's for sure, I will definitely see animals.
We've just arrived at Amboseli National Park, and look what we run into, a female with her 2 offspring.
Seeing elephants in the wild is incredible to me. And coming from an urban perspective, I wonder how anyone could want to hurt them. So, I'm trying to find out more information.
When it comes to crops, I know we've lost quite a number of elephants because of that. You know, they go crop raid and then the people become, mad with that, and then the KWS has to go maybe shoot an elephant because of something like that.
Soila talked with me about the research program that the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported. The study is trying to gain insight on how locals feel about elephants. Now, Soila understands their pain when they lose an entire field of crops to hungry elephants. On a recent trip to Rwanda, Jack Hanna realized there were mixed opinions about elephants within the village itself.
Do you like the elephant?
He said no. He said no.
The elders don't like the elephants because they destroy their village. But the children are more curious, especially about this particular bull. And in Kenya, Friends of Conservation mentors are teaching students the value of nature on all levels and the role it plays in their daily lives.
This is a different area whereby human beings are living, coexisting with wildlife. So there is need for these young men and women to learn how to live with wildlife.
Elephants are what is known as a keystone species. This means that many other animals depend on elephants for their own survival. They're herbivores, and the vegetation they eat and digest helps disperse seeds. During migration, elephants use the same paths, creating trails that other animals and even humans use to travel. Their tusks are used to dig wells, generating multiple water sources throughout the habitat. As elephants move through the environment, their large size helps bring down vegetation within reach of many smaller species. The presence of elephants in an ecosystem is extremely valuable and impacts many other animals and plant life. That's why it's critical that we learn as much as we can to help increase awareness and preserve elephants and their habitats. When they go outside of the parks or when there's a lot of people nearby, oftentimes elephants and humans run into conflict. Fresh elephant dung. I tell you, it might be something you think that we shouldn't be talking about too much, but there's so much information that has to do with elephant dung. I mean, first of all, they go just about every 2 to 3 hours because they're constantly eating throughout the day. When they do defecate throughout the day, they can lose as much as 500 pounds. So they have to keep eating. And one of the other most important aspects about the dung is that it actually contains the seeds of grasses, the seeds of fruits, the seeds of trees, and what they're doing is they're dispersing those all over the savanna. This is the way new plants and new trees grow. Humans and elephants have had to share space since they first encountered one another. But in recent years, conflicts have escalated. And when it comes to what we term human-elephant conflict, it's a complex issue with many sides, but there are solutions.
Most of them are here because the mothers are poached, and others are here because of human-wildlife conflict.
Oftentimes, elephants and humans run into conflict.
Where there are also people living, and a great many times there tends to be some conflict between the interests of the people and the interests of the
When it comes to conflict, like spearing and all that, it is done by the warriors and not the old men and not the women.
Attitudes about elephants and how they can live compatibly with humans plays a big role in elephant survival. Currently, most African and Asian elephants are managed in protective parks, but this doesn't mean they don't sometimes roam into areas populated by people. And when that happens, they're not necessarily met with open arms. Like in the US, we've all heard stories of a bear wandering into a campground at Yellowstone, an alligator turning up in a swimming pool in Florida, or deer eating the vegetable garden in Wisconsin. Our attitude toward these situations is kind of similar to African and Asian attitudes towards elephants. But think about this. What if that vegetable garden was our sole source of food for our entire family? From that perspective, it's a lot more serious.
Those people are growing crops, they depend on the crops, and then the elephant will go crop raid and all that and finish all the crops, so they're not happy.
Elephants have been killed in retaliation or as a preventive means to protect crops. And as agriculture and development sites expand in Africa, the elephant's territory grows smaller, increasing the chance for human contact and conflict. During my recent visit, I witnessed the results of this complex problem firsthand. We came upon this really incredible event this morning. As we drove up, they had already darted this big bull elephant that probably weighs over 10,000 pounds. But he was speared in the foot by a Maasai. We talked earlier with Soila about human-elephant conflict, and here it is right now. Fortunately, we've got the veterinary service, the elephant researchers, as well as the Kenyan Wildlife Service, and they're all helping this animal right now. This elephant must have ventured too close to the village, and fearing for their crops, livestock, or safety, was speared by the locals. You wouldn't think a little spear wound could do that much harm, but these injuries often get infected. And that's what happened here, putting this bull at risk. African elephants can weigh up to 14,000 pounds, and Asian elephants up to 10,000 pounds, so they're capable of doing a lot of damage. Their trunk is sensitive enough to pluck small fruit and leaves off a bush, but powerful enough to lift more than 500 pounds or push over trees, huts, carts, and anything else that gets in their way. In addition to the spear wound, the team has found another injury, but this animal is estimated to weigh close to 10,000 pounds, making it impossible to get to while he's under sedation.
They've given him the antibiotics, and now they're going to give him the drug to go ahead and wake him up, and hopefully he'll heal on his own as far as the other wound is concerned.
Sharing limited space with humans isn't the only threat to elephants. Other issues, such as poaching, the illegal hunting and killing of elephants for their tusks, significantly impacted their numbers and still poses a real threat to their survival.
Well, I believe it was a golden age in the 60s for the national parks. They were fairly recently formed, and in that time, the animals had at last realized that there were some places where man was not a predator. And for my first five years, that was how I saw them. Then the price of ivory went up by 10 times, never really came down. People all across Africa started poaching elephants. It was a grim period, and even the great national parks themselves in East Africa were finally invaded by poachers who decimated the elephants. And that really went on until the ivory trade ban.
And so that basically did stop a lot of the ivory trade then.
It certainly did. It changed things radically.
After the ivory trade ban went into effect in 1989, there was a tremendous decrease in the hunting of elephants for their tusks. But even today, poaching for meat and ivory occurs all across Africa, and elephants are still at risk. Governments, agencies, organizations, and individuals are all working to help protect elephants. A variety of programs provide safety for injured elephants, care for orphan babies, or collect data to better understand native attitudes and needs, increase awareness, and offer solutions that work for the people and the animals. And on this day, one elephant was helped by an entire team of very caring people. Although crop raiding by elephants is a concern, prevention is a better strategy. And Soila knows of a local woman who has used a very clever and inexpensive technique to steer elephants away.
She was mixing chili pepper and tobacco plus used oil, and then they just put it on a rope, and then they put the rope at the end of every place where people are growing crops. And anytime the elephants go and smell the rope, because it smells tobacco, chili pepper, they just back up and leave.
Simple to make, easy to use. What a great conservation solution from the people that know it best.
Villagers, researchers, teachers, veterinary care staff, many people are in the field helping elephants every day. But how about a little closer to home? Right here in zoological parks, people are making a difference daily. We're understanding more and more about elephants, and this translates into better care here and in the wild.
For a variety of reasons throughout history, humans have been training elephants to work for them. After all, they're smart, strong, and extremely able. But today, elephants are trained for very different reasons.
What a good girl.
At zoological parks like Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida, animal experts train and condition elephants as a way to help care for them, learn more about them, and also contribute to elephant conservation, as we'll see in a moment. SeaWorld is world-renowned for its killer whale training program. The park's positive approach to training and conditioning killer whales has significantly benefited animal care and research, while making the guests' experience both fun and educational.
But wait, this show's about elephants, right? What's the difference between training a killer whale and an elephant?
Not much. Not much.
Otto Fad leads the Asian Elephant Program at Busch Gardens, Tampa, and Jeff Andrews heads up the Elephant Program at the San Diego Wild Animal Park. Both have overseen an evolutionary approach in training techniques. And guess where their experience came from? They were both longtime killer whale trainers at SeaWorld.
I started out training killer whales at SeaWorld before having the opportunity to come over to Busch Gardens, Tampa and help build a new elephant team.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot. Okay.
One of the things that we learned early on was that there are a lot of similarities between killer whales and elephants. For example, both live in matriarchal, matrilineal societies in a linear dominance hierarchy. And what that means is that there is a social ladder, and each elephant has to know exactly where they fit. Beyond that, elephants and killer whales both have very few natural predators, so they're naturally very curious and adaptable. That makes it easy and fun to train them.
The programs at both parks set extremely high standards for their elephant care, and training is an important part of their program's success.
What we want to do more than anything else is teach the animals to want to cooperate and participate with us. So through that, if they are just simply here having fun, interacting with us, the rest of it's really quite simple. But we do teach individual behaviors in small steps called approximations. And these small steps are things that the animals can easily understand and find reinforcing, and they build upon one another until we get to a finished behavior.
Elephants are very social animals. So Busch Gardens' 6 Asian elephants can mingle with each other whenever they like. When the elephants need care, we keep them and the people at a safe distance from one another with an elaborate network of high-tech gates, ensuring the safety of our animals and our staff at all times. But this doesn't seem to get in the way of the special relationships that inevitably develop.
Hey, Granny, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. We use a variety of reinforcers, including food, toys, visual stimulation, praise, and lots of rubbing and massaging. And each elephant is very much a unique individual, so we spend a lot of time with them getting to know what they like best. It's upon that foundation that all of our interactions occur.
This trust and positive training allows us to access the animals in order to give them better care, and also to gather valuable research data. For example, the San Diego Wild Animal Park is conducting a study to gain insight into the walking distances and ranging behavior of elephants. They're using an interesting device called an accelerometer.
So to collect data from these elephants on their average daily walking distances, I use this high-tech pedometer called an accelerometer, and it measures not only the frequency of movement, the range of movement, also the intensity of movement. But before I can do anything, I need to program it for today's activity. It's programming as we speak. It'll take just a couple more minutes for it to initialize. It's all charged up, so we should be good. Now that it's programmed, how do I actually get an elephant to wear this in a way that it doesn't find objectionable? Well, for us, we'd wear it probably on our belt loop. But for the animal, what I've done is I've devised this anklet, and I simply attach this into this anklet, and the animal's trained to wear this for long periods of time. It's our hope that ultimately the data that we're collecting here can be used to help minimize some of those conflicts and help preserve and conserve elephants in the wild.
In an attempt to keep the gene pool of a species strong and diverse, zoological parks often work together. Busch Gardens participates in an Asian elephant breeding program as part of a species survival plan. And they're ready to artificially inseminate one of their females in hopes of an eventual pregnancy. Months of training and conditioning has resulted in some amazing preliminary work, all leading up to one particular moment on one recent night.
In preparation for this artificial insemination,
We've had to monitor the reproductive cycles of the female elephants to work out when the best time to inseminate will be.
Because of her training, Rosie voluntarily allows the veterinarians and behavioral team to complete each step of the procedure. During the entire process, she's rewarded with a variety of things: verbal encouragement, skin brushing, and veggies for treats. Every step of the procedure is viewed on the monitor as Doctors Roback and O'Brien give Otto direction.
Pull back the tube, Otto. Pull back the tube. Okay. Jenny, hold
The team won't know for several weeks if Rosie's pregnant, so it's a wait-and-see situation. And if she is pregnant, the wait-and-see period is much longer. That's because the gestation period in elephants is almost 24 months. San Diego Wild Animal Park has an African bull living on their habitat, so their approach to breeding is through natural means with their male and females. All of this training, the care, the artificial insemination, the education, in the end, what does it all mean?
Given the endangered status of these animals, it's obvious that their survival as a species rests in human hands. So anything we can do to increase focus and understanding, we got to do it.
At the top of the elephant hierarchy, there is the matriarch. As teacher and protector, she leads the herd. Pachyderm Palace at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay is honored to have, at its helm, Mem. Born in 1942, she's one of the oldest elephants living today, and there's no question she's in charge.
We just saw how elephant training is evolving in such positive ways, and how it allows us to better understand their behaviors and their needs. So now that we've got all this great elephant knowledge, how can we use it to help them? All around the world, people are working together to help elephants. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supports several projects aimed at saving elephants and their habitat. And in the U.S., breeding programs like the ones at Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park help sustain the species. And research programs at zoological parks also directly impact elephants. Minimizing conflict can happen through education. If knowledge equals power, then these students here in Kenya are making sure they're the leading authorities when it comes to their environment.
These are members of Friends of Conservation.
These young people are learning as much as they can about nature in their area, which in turn helps them to understand how to preserve their wildlife and habitats.
Welcome. You'll enjoy your walk.
Imagine finding a plant that cures malaria on a nature walk, watching wildlife cooperate with one another, or seeing the youngest attitudes changing.
That is wonderful that you guys are so involved in preserving the habitat.
Whether in zoological parks like Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park, or national parks in Africa and India, humans are making significant strides to better understand elephants, with the ultimate goal of keeping them around for a long, long time. But conservation doesn't have to be on a grand scale. You can do your part to support elephants and their habitats by learning as much as you can about them. One major difference you can make is by not buying products made of ivory or that deplete the natural resources where the elephants live, like exotic wood such as teak or mahogany. Go online and buy jewelry and crafts made from African locals to support their economy. Visit zoological parks that are working to save elephants, or go online and support an elephant project of your choice directly.
So life will change, but the community, they have to be aware and they have to benefit from wildlife.
Because when it comes to conservation, there's a lot we can do and learn from each other.
You have taught me. When I was in the truck with you guys and went on the nature walk, you taught me a lot of things. And we take that back to our children in America. And so you are actually teaching our children as well. So we thank you, Asante Sana, for helping us.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush. The elephants featured in this program are one of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping animals. We focus on 4 key areas: animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. And we're passionate about every one of them.
Look how smooth they are behind the ears.
These guys are amazing.
By watching programs like Saving a Species, you're helping just by learning more. And we encourage you to share your newfound knowledge with others. No matter where you live, there's more you can do. Visit our website at swbgconservationfund.org to find out how to get involved. This is our world and this is our story. Together, we can make a difference.
we better get started. It's about 5 after, and I know our friends here have another show to do after our show today, so I know they're ready to get started. And you look and you go, my goodness, look at that. Who is here today? Does anybody know?
A puppet show.
That's right, it is a puppet show. It's the Runaway Puppet Theater. They came last year. They were wonderful. Their show was so much fun. I know it's going to be just as great this year. So I think it has something to do with the Sandman or something about going to sleep. Well, hey, that matches our theme this year, doesn't it? Dream big, read. Let's all shout that on the count of 3 as loud as we can and see if that they may be asleep back there for all I know. Maybe that'll wake them up. So on the count of 3, as loud as we can, let's say dream big, read. 1, 2, 3. Well, that woke them up.
Hey, how are you guys today? There's people way over there. They don't have a big enough stage. If I come over to see you, I'm going to fall off the stage. So I'm just going to lean, okay? Hi, how are you guys? Hi, my name is Robin May. I'm one of the puppeteers with Runaway Puppet Theater, and we're really glad to be here with you today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. We're so glad to be in. We had a great time. Oh,
yawning.
Sorry. Anyway, we hope. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't get very much sleep last night. I guess the Sandman didn't come and see me last night. You guys know who the Sandman is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sandman is a mythical character that supposedly comes around and puts us to sleep at night and then gives us dreams and things like that. But we know that he's not really real, because why would somebody come in your house and...
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think you should tell people that I don't exist and that I'm not real. I mean, I don't tell people you're not real.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
You're telling people I'm not real, and I don't like it. I mean, I may not have the press that Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny get, but I have a very important job.
Are you trying to tell me that you're the Sandman?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and I don't think you should tell these people. Oh my goodness, this is what you look like when you're awake. Oh, I never get to see you like this. This is so... Oh my goodness, that's what color eyes you have. I never would have guessed. You're so much more active in the daytime. Well, actually, that's not true. Some of you are pretty rambunctious at night, to be honest.
Excuse me. You were saying you had a very important job?
Oh, yeah. Well, most people think I show up and put people to sleep, but that's not true. I actually show up after you've already gone to sleep.
Oh, so after we're sleeping, that's when you show up.
Exactly. So I know which one of you out there still wear footy pajamas. Yeah, not just the kids either, I can tell you. And I know which one of you still sleep with stuffed animals, like stuffed bears and things like that. In fact, there's somebody out there right now who sleeps with a stuffed octopus.
Really?
You know who you are.
Cool.
But I show up after your sleep, and I tell you stories, which you call dreams.
Oh, so the Sandman is really a storyteller.
Exactly. And I thought today I'd break with tradition a little bit and come by and tell you some stories while you're awake.
Well, normally that would be great, but we're just about ready to start a show here. We're going to tell these kids stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and stuff.
Oh, that's great. I know all kinds of stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and things like that. Yeah. In fact, you know what? I know a story about a guy who's famous just because he went to sleep.
Famous because he went to sleep?
Exactly. A guy famous because he went to sleep, and his name was Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, yeah, I know that story. That's great. Okay, okay, now, once upon a time...
Wait. Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm telling them the story of Rip Van Winkle.
Don't you think I should be doing that? After all, the show is called Sandman's Sleepy Stories.
Well, yeah, I guess. Just go on ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You back there? All right. Once upon a time, back when the United States were still a group of English colonies, in a small village, there lived a fellow with the peculiar name of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his small village. Everyone was very fond of Rip because he was always willing to lend a hand whenever anyone needed help.
Oh, Rip, I'm so glad you're willing to help me carry my laundry home. It's so kind of you.
No problem, Mrs. Dretcher. You know what they say, virtue is its own reward.
Oh, do they? Well, I was going to reward you with a piece of pie, but in that case, I won't...
Well, you didn't let me finish. Virtue is its own reward unless there's pie involved. Then take the pie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I've come up with a new recipe. I'm very eager to see what you think of it.
Well, that's great because, you know, my laundry carrying ability is only outshone by my pie tasting ability.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I have one I call Mrs. Drutcher's Chocolate Surprise.
Well, what's the surprise?
There's no chocolate in it, only strawberries and sardines.
Oh, darn, I just remembered. I'm supposed to meet Mr. Van Brummel. I tell you what, you go on home, and I'll bring your laundry later.
Oh, and I'll warm up a piece of pie for you, will I? Yes, nothing better than warm sardines. I'll see you later, dear.
Strawberry and sardines? Well, as my old pappy used to say, never turn down a free piece of pie. Well, I guess maybe I can figure I'll get a piece without too many sardines in it.
Hey, Mr. Van Winkle, catch! Oh! Oh, Mr. Van Winkle, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? You okay? Where'd you go?
I lost my hat.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mr. Van Winkle. I know how much you like your hat.
Yes.
Oh. You all right? You okay? Did I hurt you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh. Well, you dropped all the laundry you were carrying, though.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Mrs. Dretcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again.
Listen, I was wondering if you would play ball with us tomorrow. You hit and kick and throw better than any of the other kids.
Well, that may be because I'm 25 years older than the rest of you.
Yeah, maybe.
But, you know, I can't tomorrow. I have to meet Mr. Van Brummel for a lesson.
Mr. Van Brummel, the school teacher?
Yeah.
What is he teaching you?
No. I'm teaching him how to fish.
Mr. Van Brummel doesn't know how to fish?
Nope, not at all. And I don't know how long it's going to take for our lesson. It could be all day long.
Oh, it means you can't play ball tomorrow. I'm phooey.
Well, but you know what that does mean?
No, what?
That means we'll have to play today. Yeah, you go get the rest of the kids. We'll meet at the King George Inn. We'll go play ball.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best day ever. Ha!
Yes, does my heart good to see the kids all excited. Ooh, yeah. Mrs. Drutcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again. Oh, look, there's a sock in the azalea bush.
So as I say, Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his little village. Well, with maybe one exception. Rip Van Winkle, where are you, you no good, lazy layabout?
Uh-oh, that sounds like the melodious tones of my wife's voice. She better not see me here like this, so I better sneak away.
There you are, you no good, lazy husband of mine, trying to sneak away from me, were ya?
No, I wasn't sneaking. I dropped something.
Likely story. What did you drop?
Laundry. Did you see a sock around here anywhere?
No, I didn't see any socks. I just saw a no good husband who should be at home feeding the cows and mending the fences and plowing the fields.
But dear, I don't have to plow the fields. There's already wild corn and cabbage growing in there.
Not anymore. The cows ate it.
Well, there you go. Now I don't have to feed the cows. Why do we have cows anyway? You can't play with them. They won't play fetch. And you can't ride them. Well, you can, but they don't go anywhere. They just look at you and go,
You could at least mend the fences.
But if I mend the fences, then the cows can't get in the field to get the corn and cabbage. You really don't think these things through very well, my dear.
I should have listened to my mother, but no. You no good, knuckle dragging, mouth
Excuse me,
breathing.
my dear, this is a family show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see all the children out there. Well, fine then, fine. I'll have more adjectives for you when you get home.
Well, you know what? When my wife is in a mood like this, there's only one thing to do. Head for the hills.
So Rip Van Winkle headed out into the forest, hoping his wife would calm down and forget a few of the adjectives she had in mind to call him. So Rip found a lovely place in the forest, where he could relax and contemplate the mysteries of life.
I wonder who thought it was a good idea to make a sequel to Highlander.
When suddenly he heard,
Rip Van Winkle!
What was that? What was that? Oh, must have been my imagination. Oh.
Rip Van Winkle!
Oh, was that my wife? No, she she wouldn't come out in the woods looking for me like that.
Rip Van Winkle! Hey! Over here!
What? Did you mean to say that? No, I think it came from over there. I better check this out.
So Rip Van Winkle went further into the forest, trying to find out who had been calling his name, when he came upon a cherry.
I think this is where I heard the voice coming from, but I don't see anything. Wait a minute. What's that I smell? It smells like someone's baking cookies.
Oh, Rip Van Winkle, there you are. I'm so glad you could help us out. Yeah.
Oh, well, who are you, and how do you know my name?
Oh, yeah, I should probably explain. I'm one of the magical forest folk, a brownie, actually.
Oh, so that's how you know my name. You used your magical powers.
No, I just listened when the Sandman introduced the show. But listen, I was wondering if you could help us out. We're going to enter a new cookie in the Forest Folk and Fairy Festival Bake-Off competition this year, and we all think it's great, but we'd like to get an objective opinion.
Who's this we you keep talking about?
Oh, me and the other brownies. We live in this toadstool and bake cookies.
Oh, so there's more than just you?
Oh, yeah, there's all of them. There's gooey, and there's chocolatey. There's the twins, moist and dry, and Grandpa Crumbly.
And you are?
Krusty Brownie. Glad to meet you. Well, listen, I was wondering if you try our cookie and tell us what you think. We all think it's great, but we need somebody with an objective opinion, like I say.
Well, my best ability is my cookie tasting ability. I'd be happy to try and taste it for you.
Well, great. Here, have one.
Oh,
just take one.
Okay.
Just take one.
Just
we don't have that many to spare yet.
Okay, all right.
Take one
What
back,
is it?
you know. Yeah.
Well, it looks very thin.
Yeah.
And it smells very minty.
Yeah, that's what we were going for. Thin and minty. That may make for a good name. Anyway, see what you think about the taste, though.
All right. Well, you know, the proof is in the tasting.
Exactly. Take a bite there. What do you think?
That's good.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd say so. Yeah, I think we're got a winner this time. I think this year we're really going to beat those snooty elves in their hollow tree.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. There was a little bit of controversy. Some of the other brownies thought I put too much pixie dust in the cookie. That sometimes makes people fall asleep, but I don't think I put in that much, really.
No. As a matter of fact, I think you could...
Rip? You okay, Rip? Too much pixie dust? Yep. Too much pixie dust. Well, back to the kitchen. And so Rip Van Winkle slept. And when he awoke, it was early in the morning.
Oh, me! Oh my goodness. It's in the morning. I bet you my wife has many, many more adjectives for me now. I better get back to the house before she comes searching for me. Ow! Wow, my knees really hurt. As a matter of fact, everything hurts. Well, I guess that's what happens when you sleep in the woods all night.
So Rip Van Winkle headed back to his tiny village. But when he arrived, nothing looked as he remembered. And he didn't recognize the people he saw.
Well, I thought this was the direction of my town, but nothing looks the same. No? I have to ask somebody for directions or something. Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to be accosted by an old beggar.
No. I was just wondering if you could help me. I want to know if this is my town or not, and I'm a little bit confused about
Oh, you're one of those, are you? Well, look, Grandpa, if you're going to make poor life choices, don't expect me
No.
to...
No. I was wondering if you could tell me, where's someplace somebody would know it. Oh, could you tell me where the King George Inn is?
King George Inn?
Yes.
There's no King George Inn around here.
Oh, well then I must be in the wrong town. Thank you.
Oh, no, you must understand. There used to be a King George Inn, but I had it torn down.
You had it torn down?
Yes.
But it was just here yesterday.
Are you daft, old man? No, I bought the King George Inn over a year ago and had it demolished.
No, but everybody meets at the King George Inn. That's where I meet the kids to play ball.
No one's met at the King George Inn for over 20 years, old man. Not since Rip Van Winkle went missing.
Missing?
Yeah.
But I'm right here. I'm not missing.
I think not. No. The children and I all used to meet Rip Van Winkle at the King George Inn, and one day he told us to meet him there, and he never arrived. And we waited, and finally we realized he'd abandoned us, and we never met at the King George Inn again.
No, I wouldn't abandon you. Wait a minute. Henry, how did you get all grown up overnight?
I can assure you I have aged at the normal rate, but I think time has adversely affected your senses, old man.
And that's another thing. Why do you keep calling me old man?
Well,
obviously you are. I mean, only old men have long white beards like you have.
Long white beard? I have a long white beard.
Well, as fascinating as this conversation has been, I really must be on my way. Good day to you, old man.
Oh my, what's going on? Why do I have a long white beard? Nothing looks the same. I need to go find my wife. She'll tell me what's happening, even though she probably has many, many adjectives by now. Oh my gosh.
So Rip Van Winkle headed to his house, hoping he'd find his wife and she could explain what was going on. But when he arrived, all he could find was an old, broken-down old shack.
Well, I thought this was my house, but that thing looks like it's about to fall in on everybody's head. So,
Who is it? What do you want?
Oh, hello, my dear. I'm home. It's me, your husband.
They're what?
It's me, your husband.
Hot dog buns? No, I don't even have hot dogs. What do I need buns for?
No, I'm your husband, Rip Van Winkle.
And what?
Rip Van Winkle.
Pickles? No, I don't eat pickles, especially not hot dogs.
No, I've been gone all night.
You did what?
I've been gone all night.
Fly a kite? Well, go ahead. What are you bothering me for?
No, everything is different. I don't understand what's going on.
You what?
I don't understand what's going on.
About 4:30?
No, I'm confused. I don't understand.
Yes, lovely talking to you too. I'll see you later, dear.
Why, my own wife doesn't even recognize me. Oh no, why? 20 years? How could... Slept for 20 years? Crusty Brownie! He said he put too much pixie dust in those cookies. I gotta get back to that clearing and see if I can't get him to change this back around. I can't be old like this forever. Ow! Ow! Oh!
So Rip Van Winkle ran, or rather, well, more like he hobbled, back to the clearing where he had first met Krusty Brownie.
Krusty Brownie! Krusty Brownie! You've got to help me! My wife doesn't know who I am! I've slept for 20 years. Oh! Nobody knows who I am! The town is all different. I don't know anybody. Wait a minute. My knees don't hurt. Nothing hurts. My beard's gone. I'm back! I'm back! I gotta get back to town.
So Rip ran back to his village, which he was able to do much quicker now, until he arrived back to his home. And when he arrived, everything looked exactly as he remembered. He even saw a familiar face.
Yes! My town! My town! I'm back! I'm back! This is the most perfect day ever! Yes! 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 Ah!
Oh, sorry, Mr. Van Winkle. Did I hurt you? Okay.
Henry!
Yes.
Henry! You're a kid again!
Again? What was that before, an armadillo?
No, I mean, you're a kid, not an adult!
No, you feel okay, Mr. Van Winkle? You still want to play ball with us?
Yes! Yes, I do want to play ball. Go get the kids. We'll meet at King George Inn, but I've got to go back, go home and talk to my wife first.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Van Winkle. All right. Grown-ups are weird. And so Rip Van Winkle ran back to his house, hoping to find his wife in his home just as he remembered it.
Oh, my dear, there's my house. It looks just like I remember. Yes! Oh, dear!
Oh,
dear.
there you are, you no-good husband of mine. Well, I've got lots more adjectives to call you now. In fact, I have an alphabetized list somewhere.
Yes, my dear. Call me all the adjectives you want as long as I get to hear your voice.
You feel all right?
Yes. Call me anything you want. Call me no good. Call me lazy. Call me indolent. Call me lousy.
Wait, what was that last one?
Lousy?
Before that?
Indolent.
Indolent, yes, I like that one. I think I'll start with that one, yes. Indolent,
Yes. Call me indolent. Call me outdolent. I don't care as long as I hear your melodious voice.
You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm fine. And right now, I'm going to go back to town and play ball with the boys. But when I come back, I'm going to feed the cows, and I'm going to mend the fence, and tomorrow, I'll plant the field.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if you do all that, I can think of another adjective to call you.
And what's that?
Sweet. And Rip Van Winkle did exactly as he had promised. He mended the fences. He plowed the fields. He even fed the cows. And after that, he was well liked by everyone in the village. And I do mean everyone. And that's the story of Rip Van Winkle. Did you enjoy that one? Yeah. That good? Oh, good. I like that one too. That's a very good story. I like it.
Mr. Sandy.
Yes.
That was a really good story. I'm really glad you told it to me.
Sure.
And you know what? I never did think about it, but Rip Van Winkle was famous for going to sleep.
That's right. That was his claim to fame. Sleepiness and laziness. Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, I guess there are worse things to be famous for.
Like what?
I don't know. Stinkiest breath.
Well, yeah, that could be.
Cramming the most baby corns up your nose. Explosive flatulence.
Okay. That's it.
Being a Kardashian.
Okay. But you know, sleeping too much is really bad for you.
Yeah, sleeping too much is bad for you. But you know what? Not sleeping enough is bad for you too.
That
You know
is
what?
true.
That reminds me of another story I know.
Another story?
Yeah.
How many stories do you know?
Oh, I know millions and millions of stories. I have them on loan from my Nazi the Spider.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, but I know all kinds of stories. I know stories about aardvarks, I know stories about ice skating, I know stories about prickly pears. I even know stories about aardvarks ice skating through prickly pears.
Ooh,
I do.
tell us one of
But
those
this-
stories.
I don't have time right now. It's very involved and I have to have a lot of props.
Oh.
But the story I want to tell you now is about a young gecko who couldn't go to sleep.
A young gecko who couldn't go to sleep?
All the way from the island of Bali.
I don't think I know that story.
Oh, I should probably tell it then, right?
You're going to have to take
All right, great. I'll do it.
All right.
Now, once upon a time, way back on the island of Bali, there lived a young gecko. This young gecko enjoyed doing all the things a young gecko normally enjoys doing. He enjoyed playing hide and seek with his friends. All right, ready or not, here I come. Let's see, Howie, are you over there? No. Oscar, is this you? No. Julius? Wow. Hide and seek is tough when your friends can change color and blend in with the foliage. Wow. He also enjoyed a big dinner of mosquitoes. Mosquito, just the way Mom used to make. Raw. And after a long day of hide and seek and a big dinner of mosquitoes, the young gecko lay down, pulled a leaf up over himself, and relaxed, ready for a long evening's rest. I never found my friend Oscar when we were playing hide and seek. Oh well, hope he's not waiting on me. What is? Who's that light? That must be the firefly flashing his light. Firefly! Firefly, hey, get up the light! Firefly, I'm trying to sleep here. He's not going to turn it on. All right, I'll hide under here so I can't see him. It's too hot under there. I can't stand under the leaf. Oh, man, I'll never get to sleep like this. Oh, man. So the young gecko turned and tossed and tossed and turned all night long. But he never did get to sleep. The next morning, the young gecko went to find the village elder. Oh, village elder.
Good morning, young gecko. How are you this fine day?
I am not good, village elder. Not good at all.
Not good? Why is that?
Well, I didn't get any sleep last night because the firefly kept flashing his light in my eyes. I was wondering if you could possibly speak to the firefly and ask him not to flash his light so bright at night.
Well, as the village elder, I want everyone in my village to be happy and well rested. Yes, I would be happy to go find out what happened with the firefly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I've got to get to the bottom of this, so we have to go find Firefly.
So the village elder went to find the firefly to find out why he had been flashing his light so late at night.
Firefly! Oh, Firefly!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good day to you, sir. Good morning, sir.
sir.
Yes, Firefly, I was wondering if you could help me out here.
I would love to, sir.
I've had a complaint. Young Gecko says he couldn't get any sleep last night because you kept flashing your light. And I was wondering if you could stop flashing your light so late at night so everyone in the village could get some sleep.
But, sir, I was just trying to pass on the message, sir.
Message?
Yes, sir.
What message is that?
The woodpecker was tapping on the tree late at night. I thought he must be trying to warn everyone, so I was trying to get everyone's attention to listen to his message. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the woodpecker and find out why he was tapping so late at night.
The woodpecker, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, I shall go find the woodpecker.
So the village elder went to find the woodpecker to find out why he had been tapping on the trees so late at night.
Sorry there, your kingship. I mistook your head for a block of wood. Easy mistake to make, though.
Yes, well, Woodpecker, I'm wondering if I could ask you for some help.
Sure, anything you want.
Yeah, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his lights. Firefly said he was only flashing his light because you were sending out a warning and he wanted to draw everyone's attention to it. What was the message you were trying to get to everyone's attention about?
I wasn't tapping on a message. I was tapping along with the song the frog was singing. I can't sing very well myself, but I do like to keep the beat.
Oh, I'm sure you have a lovely singing voice. Give us a song.
Oh, no, really, I can't sing very well at all. It really is.
That's what everyone always says. Come on, give us a tune.
No, it's better if I don't. I really can't.
Come on.
No, honestly, I can't sing. Can't tell ladies, sing this song. Do-da. Can't tell ladies.
No, you are right. You should go back to keeping the beat.
Don't just know your criticalness.
Yes.
But listen, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the frog and find out why he was singing so late at night.
Frog,
Yes,
huh?
sir.
All right.
So the village elder went to the pond to find the frog, to find out why the frog had been singing so late at night.
Frog! A frog!
Hi-ho there, village elder, sir.
Are you sure you're a frog?
Of course I'm sure. Don't you see my stereotypical frog color?
Yes. Well, I've come because I'm trying to get to the bottom of a disturbance.
Oh, yes, what happened there?
Yes. Well, last night young Gecko couldn't get any sleep because Firefly kept flashing a light. Firefly said he was flashing his light because the woodpecker was tapping out a warning. But the woodpecker said he was just keeping beat to the song that you were singing. So I've come to ask you if you would please stop singing so late at night.
Oh, but sir, I wasn't singing last night. I was yelling at the beetle.
Yelling at the beetle?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, the beetle was carrying a ball of filth down the street, sir.
Filth?
Yes, sir.
What kind of filth?
Street filth, sir.
Oh, like old tires?
No, a bit more unhygienic.
Oh, candy wrappers and old
No,
bananas.
this was more like leavings, sir.
Leavings?
Droppings, sorry.
Someone dropped something?
Well, yes, technically, yes.
I don't understand.
Well, it is, it was poo, sir.
Poo?
Yes, sir.
Why would she be carrying poo down the street?
I don't know. It was very unhygienic, and I would have said anything, but I mean, Beetle's carrying that ball of poo down the middle of the street.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should probably talk to Beetle and find out why he was carrying a ball of so on and so forth down the street.
Beetle.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to go find Beetle.
By this time, the village elder was beginning to get angry, and so he went throughout the village, looking for the beetle, to find out why he had been carrying a ball of, well, so on and so on, down the middle of the street.
Beetle! Beetle! Where are you, Beetle? Yes.
Lovely day, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a lovely day. No, I've got a problem, and you seem to be the cause of it. Yes, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't tapping a warning, he was tapping along to the song the frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing. He was yelling at you for carrying a ball of poo down the street.
But sir, I had to. Do you think I like carrying poo down the middle of the street?
I'm not exactly sure what I think about that. As a matter of fact, I'm a little suspect about that thing you got in your hand right now.
Oh, this, sir? Oh,
yes.
no, this is just a football. Here, smell it.
No.
See the laces?
Yeah.
See, it's just a football.
Yeah.
But listen, I had to carry it because the water buffalo left a big splat of poo in the middle of the street.
In the street?
Yes, very unhygienic. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should probably talk to the water buffalo and find out why he left a big splat in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Water buffalo, eh?
Yes, sir. Want to play football later?
No!
Okay.
By this time, the village elder was very angry. So he stomped through the village, looking for the water buffalo, trying to find out why he left a big spot of poo in the middle of the street.
Water buffalo! Water buffalo!
Hi there, village elder. How are you?
I'm not good.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, there was a big disturbance last night, and it's coming down to you.
What happened?
Well, Gecko couldn't get any sleep last night because the Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was sending out a warning. Woodpecker wasn't sending out a warning. He said he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing. He was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. The Beetle said she was carrying the poo because you left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Now, I'm village elder, I'm telling you to stop right now.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens. I try to help and I get yelled at.
Help? How is putting poo in the street a help?
It's a help because the rain washed a stone away in the middle of the street. The merchants have almost lost their carts in that hole. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the rain and find out why it rains so hard it washes stones away from the middle of the street. I'm out of here, and I have to go to the bathroom.
Rain cloud.
By this time, the village elder was furious. So he stomped throughout the village until way out on the outskirts of the village elder found a rain cloud happily raining away. Yeah. Raindrops keep falling on your heads.
Rain cloud!
What?
I need you to stop this instant!
Stop what?
Stop raining!
Stop raining?
Yes!
But I'm a rain cloud, that's what I do.
Yes, but you're the cause of the disturbance last night.
Well, what happened?
Young Gecko didn't get any sleep because Firefly was flashing a light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't warning, he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. Beetle said she had to carry the poo because the water buffalo had left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Water buffalo said he put the splat in the road because you had washed away stones in the road. So now I'm telling you to stop raining right now.
Hey, listen. First of all, I'm a rain cloud. I make rain. That's what I do. Secondly, I'm only doing what I was asked to do.
Asked to do? Who asked you to put a rain so hard it put a hole in the road?
The gecko. The gecko's been asking for rain for weeks. If there's no rain, there's no mosquitoes. And if there's no mosquitoes, the gecko goes hungry. So you want to get to the bottom of this? Talk to the gecko.
Oh, I will talk to the gecko, but until then, stop raining in my village.
Hey, well listen, I got news for you, pal. I'm going to rain as long as I got it in me.
You have to do what I say. I'm the village elder.
Yeah, well, I'm not part of the village. I float wherever the wind takes me. In fact, take that. Hey, like I say, you want to yell at somebody? Talk to the gecko.
Gecko!
And so the village elder stomped back to the middle of the village, trying to find the young gecko.
Gecko! Gecko!
Yes, sir, village elder, yes. Did you talk to the firefly, sir?
Yes! I talked to the firefly, and I talked to the woodpecker, and the frog, and the beetle, and the water buffalo, and the rain cloud.
Yes.
And I have one thing to say to you.
Yes, sir.
Go and live in peace with your neighbors. We all have our problems.
And so the young gecko still didn't get any more sleep. But he did have lots of mosquitoes to eat for that month and for many, many more months to come. And that's the story of the complaining gecko. So, you see, thank you. So as you see, sometimes if you can't sleep, it might be your own fault, like it was with Miss Robin last night.
Mr. Sandman?
Yes?
What do you mean it was my own fault that I couldn't get to sleep?
Well, you probably shouldn't have had a big eggplant parmesan sandwich with horseradish sauce right before you go to bed.
Yeah, that probably wasn't such a good
Not a good idea.
But it sure was yummy.
I bet. Well, this has been fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I gotta go now and get ready. So I'll see you later.
No,
And
Mr. Sandman, no, you can't leave yet.
why not?
Well, you have to tell us one more story. You've only told us 2.
Well, yeah, but normally I only get a short time with everybody, and I thought 2 stories would be good. Then I could go get ready for tonight.
No,
See, and then
you have to tell us 3 because everything is better in 3s.
Not everything. Not angry bees.
Well, okay, yeah.
Not careless dentists.
Well, but that's not what I was talking about.
Not IRS agents. Not Kardashians.
But you've only told us stories so far about people that sleep too much and people that can't sleep enough.
Oh yeah, I haven't even told you stories about dreams yet, have I?
You haven't told us any dreaming stories.
You know what? That reminds me of a story about a man who got rich through a dream.
Got rich through a dream?
That's right. Would you like to hear that one?
I would love to hear that one.
Oh, great.
Right. I suppose you want to tell this one too.
If you don't mind, it is what I do.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Now, once upon a time, way back in fairy tale times, there was a farmer, which really in and of itself is no big deal. But this farmer had a very large plot of land. Every year, the farmer would plant his crops and work his land diligently, hoping that he would get a large crop of food to feed himself and his wife for all the year to come.
Ooh, yeah. Looking good, yeah.
Oh, dear, how's everything coming this year?
Oh, wonderful. This is great. Look at this.
Oh, what did you plant this year, dear?
This year I planted tomatoes and lettuce and onions and corn and squash and melons.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
Yes, and you are in luck, wife of mine, because I'm about ready to start the harvest.
Yay!
So as I say, the farmer worked his land diligently. But no matter what he planted, the only thing he ever grew were turnips.
Turnips again?
Turnips again?
Well, it's really not that bad, I guess.
Not that bad. It's a whole year of nothing to eat but turnips. Turnips baked and grilled and fried and turnip stir fry and turnip ice cream.
Oh, I have a new recipe I want to try tonight.
Yeah?
It's called turnip surprise.
What's the surprise?
There's nothing in it but turnips.
Oh, this dull old field. Lousy, no good, grow nothing but turnip field. I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay.
So the farmer got ready, went inside, and after a big dinner of turnip surprise, washed down with a big glass of turnip juice and a bowl of turnip ice cream for dessert, the farmer went to bed, hoping to dream of something other than turnips.
Oh, man.
And that's where I came in. That's right, I actually get to be inside this story. And so I woke the farmer up to give him a very important message. Farmer, oh kind farmer, wake up. I have something to tell you. Farmer, oh dear farmer, it is I, the Sandman, with a very important message for you. Farmer?
Wake up! They're trying to get after me again! Oh, my. Who are you?
I am the Sandman Farmer, and I have a very important message for you.
Does that mean I'm dreaming?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
Farmer, if you go to the city and stand on the bridge, you will find your fortune.
That's it?
Well, yes.
It's a bit cryptic, don't you think? I mean, can't you give me a little bit more to go on?
No, sometimes dreams are supposed to be a bit vague.
Well, as long as you're here, could you dream me up a great big steak?
Of course not. You shouldn't eat in bed. Besides, you get your little ducky pillow all greasy. Ugh.
Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, as long as I'm up, I'll go get me a glass of turnip juice, I guess.
For 3 nights, I visited the farmer, telling him that if he went to the city and stood on the bridge, he would find his fortune.
Oh, dear, you okay? Have you not been sleeping well? No, no. What's the matter? For 3 nights I've had the same dream. But what about the turnips? Yeah, that is scary. No, no, no. The Sandman says if I go to the city and stand on this bridge, I will find my fortune.
Oh, I've had a dream for 3 nights in a row, and there's all these ponies, and they have lasers shooting out of their eyes. And then,
no, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go to the city, I'm going to stand on that bridge and wait for my fortune.
But what about the turnips?
Oh, who cares about the turnips? I don't like that lousy old field. As a matter of fact, while I'm gone, see if you can't sell it.
Oh, okay. Bye, dear. Oh, hope you took clean underwear. So the farmer went to the city, found the bridge, and stood there, hoping he would find his fortune just as I had told him in the dream.
Well, here I am in the big city, standing on this bridge, waiting for my fortune. Yep, standing on the bridge, waiting on my fortune. Fortune come on any minute now. Yep. This is going to take longer than I thought.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw someone approaching the bridge.
Oh, excuse me then. I was wondering, can you tell me which way is it to the castle?
No, I'm sorry. I'm a stranger in this land. I don't know where the castle is, Mr.
I have a very unusual name, but it's very important I get to the castle because I have a very important meeting with the miller's daughter.
Miller's daughter in
Yes,
the castle?
yes.
Well, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Yes!
What?
You're my fortune.
What?
Yes! You're a funny little man. You have a strange name. You got to go to the castle to meet the miller's daughter.
What?
Yes! My fortune is here!
What are you talking about, your fortune?
You are Rumpelstiltskin, and you are my fortune. You're going to go to the castle and spin some straw in the gold for me, and we'll have everything we have.
You're mistaken. I am not Rumpelstiltskin. No, of course not. No.
Yeah. What's your funny little name then?
Sidney Krupnik.
Sidney Krupnik?
Yes.
Well, what do you have to go to the castle for?
Well, I'm the miller's daughter's lawyer. She's being illegally detained. I'm here to file a protest.
A protest?
Yes.
But I thought for sure you were my fortune. Yeah, you're a funny little man.
That's another thing. Stop calling me funny little man. It is slander. It's defamation of character. Don't make me violate cease and desist order.
I'm sorry. Sheesh. Touchy.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And that night, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, lay down on a cobblestone, and slept all night long. He awoke early the next morning, hoping that would be the day he would find his fortune.
Oh, me. Oh, I hope my fortune comes today. I don't know if I can sleep on that bridge one more night.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw a goose approaching the bridge.
Oh, hello there, farmer. I was wondering if you could tell me where a place I could roost in.
Roost?
Yes.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's something we fowl do before we lay eggs.
Oh.
Yes, that I really need to find a place to roost, if you know what I mean.
You need a place to lay your eggs?
Yes, I do. Yes.
A goose
Yes.
that lay... Oh! Yes!
What?
Yes! You are my fortune.
What do you
Yes,
mean?
you're the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll take you home with me, and you'll lay eggs of gold for my wife and I, and we'll have a nice house and all the food we want, and maybe even a little horsey to ride.
No, you're mistaken. I am not the goose that can lay golden eggs. No, I lay regular old goose eggs.
Are you sure?
Of course. I mean, who would want to lay golden eggs, even if I could? Ooh, it'd probably be very tough to lay, and then, can you imagine how cold it would be sitting on a golden egg? I'd probably get, wait for it, goosebumps.
Yeah.
Get it? Goosebumps?
Yeah, I get it. Why don't you go find some place to roost?
Oh, yeah, I need to do that. Good luck with your fortune, farmer.
Yeah. Aw. I just knew that was going to be my fortune. Golden eggs and all. Aw.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And once again, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, cuddled up with a cobblestone, and slept all night long. And again he awoke early in the morning, hoping this would finally be the day when he found his fortune.
Oh. You know, when you use a cobblestone for a pillow and you drool, you get mud on your face.
And the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until towards the end of the day again, he saw someone else approaching the bridge.
No, excuse me there, my good lad. I was wondering if you could,
No, I'm sorry. I'm not from this town. I don't know what day it is. I don't know a place for you to roost, and I have no idea how to get to the castle.
You misunderstand, my dear lad. I'm not here to find something out from you. I'm here to help you.
You're here to help me?
Yes, I was wondering if you might be interested in some beans.
In some beans?
Yes.
What would... Wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes, I
so.
will take those beans.
Yes.
And I will take them back with me to my house, and I will plant them in my garden, and they will grow into a huge beanstalk, and I'll climb that beanstalk, and they'll be gold and jewels.
What are you talking about?
The beans. They're magic beans. And I'll plant them, and they'll grow a beanstalk.
No. These are not magic beans. These are regular old everyday beans.
Just plain old beans?
Well, of course. I had seen you standing here several days. I thought you must be getting hungry, so I was offering you beans for lunch.
Beans for lunch?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's better than turnips.
Yes, of course it is.
But I was so sure. I just knew you would be my fortune.
Well, why do you think I would bring you your fortune?
Well, for 3 days I had a dream that if I came and stood on this bridge that I would find my fortune. And I just knew that you and those beans were it.
You mean you came all this way and spent all this time standing on this bridge because of a dream?
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of strange now. But...
It doesn't seem strange at all. No. It seems downright foolish. How can you be so witless as to spend all this time and effort standing on this bridge because of a dream? Dreams don't mean anything.
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of weird now.
I mean, I can't believe you'd waste all this time just because of a dream. And dreams don't mean anything. I mean, I myself have had a dream for 3 nights in a row. 3 nights in a row. That if I went to the countryside and dug in a field, I would find a pot of gold. But you don't see me rushing out there because I dreamed it.
You had a dream that you find a pot of gold and you didn't go?
Of course not. It would be absurd to think I'd find a pot of gold in a field because I dreamed it.
Well, yeah, it would be difficult to know what field to dig in.
No, not at all. No. I see this field very clearly in my dream. No, nothing grows in this field but turnips. Nothing but turnips as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah.
Now you're thinking sensibly. Well, if you decide you do want these beans, come and find me. I'll be over here.
Yeah. Turnip field! My turnip field! Oh no, the one I told my wife to sell! I gotta get back to the house!
So the farmer rushed home as quickly as he could, trying to find and see if he and his wife still owned the turnip field.
Oh, my dear! What? Are you here? Are you here? Yes, hello?
Oh, dear, did you find your fortune?
Well, almost, but I have to ask you a question. Yeah. Did you sell the field?
No, nobody wanted to buy a field that only grew turnips.
Yes! Yes, the field is still ours! Yes!
It only grows turnips still, you know.
Yeah, I know, but here, where's that shovel? Where did that shovel go? Shovel.
You find it?
Yep, here it is. Okay. Watch this.
All right.
And so the farmer began to dig. And after he dug just a little ways below the surface, he found...
Oh my goodness, there's a pot of gold!
Yes! Yes! Wow. We found our fortune! And now, dear, we're going to go out to eat. And we're going to have steak and lobster and corn and melons and...
Well,
ought to have some turnips. Have some turnips. I don't think I want turnips.
And so, the farmer and his wife lived happily ever after. Very, very glad they had a field that grew nothing but turnips. And that's the story of the man who got rich through a dream. How was that? Oh, glad you like that.
Mr. Sandman.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and telling us those stories. We really enjoyed them.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You're so much more active when I tell you a story during the daytime. Normally at night, you just kind of mumble or snore a little bit or drool up the side of your mouth. That's about all I get.
And wasn't it better doing things in threes?
You're right. It was better telling three stories. I enjoyed it very much.
That's right. That's right. Well, we want to thank you guys for coming to see our show. If you want to know more about Runaway Theater, you can go to runawaytheater.com. And if you go to our website, push the resource button, and you'll find coloring sheets and puzzles that you can print out and do at home.
And more books about dreams and stories and puppetry.
That's right.
That's right.
We're also on Facebook, so you can like us on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
So we want to thank you for coming and telling us stories.
Sure.
We want to thank you for being such a great audience, and we want to thank the library for having us come in. Hope you guys have sweet dreams.
Pleasant dreams. Bye.
Hi, I'm Danny Trejo, and I play Uncle Machete in the blockbuster movies Spy Kids and Spy Kids 2. As super spies, the Spy Kids have to use all kinds of exciting gizmos and gadgets to help save the world. But the real excitement begins in the classroom as you learn how those gizmos and gadgets really work. So you won't want to miss the next big adventure as the Treehouse Detectives use science, math, and technology to reveal the secrets of simple machines in order to help Jacob back in the treehouse. You can see it all in this episode of NASA Sci-Files, the case of the powerful pulleys.
Don't forget to answer the following questions. What is energy? What does it mean to do work? What are simple machines? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Check this out.
Jacob, watch out! Jacob? You got gaffed.
The doctor says I'll have to wear this cast for 6 to 8 weeks. I'm sure it's tough being around in a cast.
Yeah, I guess you have to take it nice and easy.
Well, getting around is still okay. I really miss being in the treehouse.
You are not climbing up into the treehouse.
He's right, Jacob. Climbing into the treehouse would be a bad idea. I'm not going to climb into the treehouse, but you guys don't know what it's like being stuck in this cast. The treehouse is like my second home.
Maybe we can figure out a way to get you back into the treehouse without climbing the ladder.
You might be onto something, Bianca. Stop joking, you guys. You're getting my hopes up.
We're not joking. After all, we are the treehouse detectives. It might take a little while, but we can solve the problem.
I can't wait to get back into the treehouse.
Don't worry, Jacob. I'm sure we'll have you back in the treehouse in no time at all.
This problem may be tougher than we thought.
Let's brainstorm. Maybe we could use a rope to pull Jacob up.
Or maybe a trampoline.
A trampoline? That's silly. Remember, there's no criticism when you brainstorm.
Or what about lowering the treehouse?
Or we could carry him up. How much does Jacob weigh?
Probably about 90 pounds.
Well, that's not too much. Then let's try my idea of lifting him with a rope.
Let's give it a try.
Can we do this later this afternoon? Bianca and I are going to Sandy Bottom Nature Park with my sister's Girl Scout troop. Dr. D is doing some physics experiments.
Sure. See you this afternoon.
Bye.
It takes energy to do work. Energy comes in a variety of forms. The powder in this funnel has potential energy. It's changed into heat energy when I blow it through this flame. If I do work and use my energy to stretch this giant slingshot, the energy is stored as elastic potential energy. Then when I let go, the energy is changed into energy of motion, or kinetic energy. Finally, plexiglass did the work to stop the tomato. It takes a lot of work to lift this 25-kilogram anvil. I have to overcome the pull of gravity. The anvil now has a lot of gravitational potential energy. This poor cantaloupe will be smashed when I release the energy by letting go.
Hi, Dr. D. That was a great show. I really liked the experiment.
Thanks. By the way, are you working on any projects?
Well, Jacob has broken his foot, so we're trying to figure out a way to get him back into the treehouse. We think we can lift him with a rope, if we all work together.
Let's talk a little bit about work. First, you have to have a force, a push or a pull. The force alone is not enough. To do work, the force must be applied through a distance. Here, hold on to this anvil for me.
Sure, but why?
Getting tired yet?
You bet.
Because you haven't moved the anvil, you haven't done any work. Doing work and getting tired are not necessarily the same thing.
Can we put this thing down?
Of course. Now with the slingshot, I did work when I pulled on the strap and moved it back about 1 meter. When I let go of the strap, the slingshot did work on the tomato when it pushed it forward and sped it up.
I love this flap.
Now with the 25-kilogram anvil, I had to apply a force of about 55 pounds, going against gravity as I picked it up. The higher I lifted the anvil, the more work I did, and the more gravitational energy the anvil had.
Then the anvil must have had a lot of energy, because it sure crushed the cantaloupe. But Jacob is heavier than 55 pounds. Does that mean it would take more work to lift him?
Yes, that's right. Since work is equal to force times distance, increasing either the force or the distance will require more work.
You said it took energy to do work. So where did the energy come from to lift the anvil?
The energy came from the cornflakes that I had for breakfast this morning. Corn got its energy from the sun.
It's gonna take a lot of energy to lift Jacob into the treehouse. I think it's gonna take all our energy to do the job. Thanks, Dr. D.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Exactly 3.5 meters. It's harder than I thought.
My dad had some rope that we can use to lift Jacob.
Great, let's lower it down.
Maybe we could attach it to the test dummy down below.
KSNN is coming on.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ted Toome. Our top story, Kids Science News Network is getting a facelift. The next time you see me, I'll be in the new and improved KSNN studio. Yeah, okay, let's get him out of here. Hey, stop that. Cut it out. Put me down.
I'm with Patio Furniture, the studio construction supervisor. Patty, what can you tell us about the redesign?
We're taking out all of the old stuff and replacing it with new stuff, I am. We're going totally techno here. We'll have the digital interactive weatherboard over there, the remote satellite. Hey, watch it with that new skunk. Sports super slow motion system over here. And the new, careful with that dynamite, hyperspeed wire service feeds in that corner.
Well, things are certainly changing around here. Be sure to join Patty and the KSNN news crew to learn more about our jobs and why we love them at the upcoming Career Day. Until next time, I am listening for KSNN.
The new studio should be awesome.
You bet. Is anyone going to Career Day?
Actually, I'm working on a presentation for Career Day.
Aren't you a little young to be thinking about a career?
You're never too young to do research.
That's true.
My mom works for SWEET. I've always been interested in engineering.
Well, what's SWEET?
SWEET stands for the Society of Women Engineers. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but it's important to know what's out there. You're right. Maybe we can help you with your presentation.
Don't forget, we have an engineering problem of our own.
That's true. I've been thinking about our hypothesis. We could use a rope to pull Jacob back into the treehouse.
Well, I better go attach the rope to our test dummy.
We were wondering what all the sandbags were doing at the bottom of the tree. They look heavy. Are you sure you can lift them?
It weighs about 90 pounds, which is almost 41 kilograms. If we can lift it, Jacob should be no problem.
Okay, we're all set down below.
Well, let's get started.
Are you ready to pull?
Yep, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you two give us a hand?
Thanks. Wow, it's still hard to pull.
Are you sure this is only 41 kilograms? This isn't working.
Okay, let's lower him down.
That didn't work like I thought it would. We need a new hypothesis. You're right. We didn't think through the problem very carefully. I guess we jumped to a conclusion too quickly.
We can do this. We just need to get organized and get back to the basics.
The problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know we need to get Jacob into the treehouse.
And that it's too hard to pull him up with a rope.
Dr. G told us that work requires force applied over a distance, and that takes energy.
So, what do we need to know?
We need to know an easier way to get Jacob up into the treehouse. Right. There must be a machine that could help, like an elevator or a crane. An elevator sounds great. I'm not sure what the power source is, but they are made to lift people.
Maybe we could build a small elevator in the treehouse.
If we found a way to power the elevator, we could easily lift Jacob.
I think we need to learn more about elevators. I'll check the internet.
I'll see if I have something in my book bag. Yes, and check it out. Elisha Graves Otis invented the elevator in 1853 after developing a safety device for a lift platform.
I didn't know elevators were that old. Guys, Otis Elevator has a website. I wonder if it's the same Otis.
I bet it is.
It says here that they design and install elevators all around the world. I'll email them and see if they can help. While you're on the internet, print out an extra Get Up and Go sheet. You can go to the NASA Sci-Files website to do research and print out your own Get Up and Go sheet. Hello, we're the Treehouse Detectives, and we need to learn more about elevators.
Well, you've come to the right place. I'm Edith DeFrancesco, Vice President of Product Development here at Otis Elevator Company.
Wow, that sounds interesting. Do you actually build elevators?
Here at the test tower, we test elevators for safety and efficiency. And I don't personally build elevators, although as a mechanical engineer, I've worked on elevator designs.
You're an engineer? I'm doing a report on engineers for Career Day.
Great, I'll show you where we design and test our elevators. We have lots of engineers working on elevator design. This is our test tower. After we design the elevators, we bring them here to test them, to see how they will work when they're installed.
How do elevators work?
Elevators are driven by electric motors, and on the motor shaft is a pulley called a sheave. Over the sheave hang steel cables. It's basically a box on a rope. On one end of the cable is the elevator car, which carries the people, and on the other end is the counterweight.
What's a counterweight?
A counterweight is a steel frame full of weights, and it balances the weight of the elevator car and the people in it, so that it takes less force to move the elevator.
How does it reduce the amount of force needed?
Think of it like a balance scale. The force needed to turn the sheave is related to the difference between the weight of the car, with the people in it, and the weight of the counterweight. The closer those two are in weight, the more balanced the system is, and the easier it is to turn the sheave.
How does an elevator go up and down?
Well, when the motor turns, the sheave rotates. The cables stay on the sheave in these grooves, and with the friction between the cables and the sheave, the cables move with the sheave when it rotates, making the elevator go up and down.
It sounds like friction's a good thing to have in an elevator.
Yes, we call it traction, and it's very important.
We don't need a very big elevator for our treehouse. Do elevators come in different sizes?
Yes, they can be as small as a dumbwaiter, about a half a meter by a half a meter.
How big can an elevator be?
Some elevators are as big as a truck. They're used to carry freight containers at seaports. But a typical commercial elevator is about a meter by 2 meters and carries 10 or 12 people.
Designing an elevator seems like a lot of work.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
It has its ups and downs.
Thanks, Mrs. DeFrancesco. We've learned a lot about elevators.
You're welcome. And if you have any more questions, just give me a call.
Bye.
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 Wow, I never knew elevators were so cool.
If we're gonna build an elevator, we'll need an electric motor, a sheave, a shaft, a counterweight, and an elevator car.
Boy, building an elevator sounds expensive.
Not to mention complex. There has to be an easier way to get Jacob up into the treehouse. What about a ramp?
What, like a bike ramp?
Like that one over there. Oh hey, I just got an email from Bianca and Anthony. They said that they spoke to an engineer about elevators. That would be great for Bianca's Career Day presentation. They also said that an elevator would be too expensive for the treehouse, and we might want to think about a ramp instead. What kind of ramp? You know, ramps that make buildings more accessible to wheelchairs. Investigate use of ramp. I have a friend who uses a wheelchair. Maybe he can tell us about what it's like to use ramps. Let's dial him up. Hi, our friend Jacob just broke his foot, and he's learning a little bit about what it is like to be disabled.
Oh, that's too bad, but at least his foot will be well soon.
He really wants to come into the treehouse, but it's not wheelchair accessible. Have you experienced that?
Yes, a lot of places are not built to accommodate people who are in wheelchairs or have other disabilities. But today, public places are required by law to be accessible to everyone.
I didn't know that there were laws that require buildings to be accessible to everyone. What can you do to make buildings accessible to people with disabilities?
Well, a lot of buildings use simple machines, such as a ramp, which is an inclined plane. Some use elevators, but they are a little more complex.
We need to keep it simple. What is a simple machine?
A simple machine is a device that makes work more convenient by changing the speed, direction, or amount of force. There are 6 simple machines: inclined plane, levers, wheel and axle, wedge, pulley, and a screw.
We are thinking that a ramp might be the answer to our problem, but we didn't know that they were simple machines. Are there any requirements for ramps?
If you want to build Jacob a ramp to get into the treehouse, the ramp will need to be built at a 12-to-1 ratio.
That really helps. It gives us a lot to think about. See you later. I wonder if there are any other simple machines we need to use to solve our problem. We need to do more research.
So what's up? How much work will it take to get Jacob into the treehouse? How will engineering help the treehouse detectives? Is the ramp the solution to the problem? Find out next time in The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Be sure to answer the following questions during the show. What is the difference between potential and kinetic energy? How can pulleys help lift the space shuttle? How does a pulley make lifting objects easier? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Wow, 3.5 meters is much higher than I thought.
Yes, this will be some inclined plane.
Let's see. If the inclined plane is 3.5 meters high, at a 12-to-1 ratio, that would be... With the correct slope, the inclined plane would be about here, 42 meters.
It would have to be a really big ramp.
I think ramps are definitely out of the question.
Well, there are other types of simple machines,
and we need to know what they are and how they work.
Maybe we could do an internet search on simple machines.
We need to talk to more engineers.
My mom talked to some engineers with her SWE group. I'm sure they can help.
Great, let's get to work. Oh, we just got an email from Dr. D. It says he wants to meet us at the circus later.
I wonder what he wants.
Who knows, but it's Dr. D in the circus. You know that'll be fun.
I bet he can help.
I'm sure he knows all about simple machines.
I'll go check on Jacob and let him know how we're doing.
Look, Dr. D's bouncing up on that big ball.
I hope he doesn't fall off.
Hi, Dr. D. It looks like you're having a great time.
Right there. There's a lot of science here at the Circus Center.
Science? I never knew that there could be science at a circus.
Sure there is. Circus is a great place to get some ideas to help you solve your problem.
We're particularly interested in simple machines.
Great. Right now they're using a teeter board, which is a lever with a fulcrum or rotational point in the middle.
How does it work?
Well, let's watch them.
That was pretty neat.
I noticed that 2 men jumped on the board, but only one flew into the air.
Those 2 men that jumped are called pitchers. The one that flew up in the air is called a flyer.
I should have guessed that one.
After the pitchers jump, they have a lot of potential energy.
It looked like the flyer went at least twice as high as the pitchers.
Exactly. 2 men have the same energy as 1 man twice as high. The flyer also helps by pushing off the board.
So the lever didn't create any energy.
That's right.
The lever changes the downward motion of the pitchers to the upward motion of the flyers.
Correct. It's not magic. The teeter board just lets them transfer energy from the pitchers to the flyers. How would you like to experience the flying trapeze?
That would be so cool.
Now, what does the flying trapeze have to do with energy?
When you are way up there on the platform waiting, you have a lot of potential energy.
Then when you grab the trapeze and swing down, you build up kinetic energy.
And when you swing back again, you lose kinetic energy and pick up potential energy.
Very good. So energy isn't being transferred like on the teeter board. It's just changing from potential energy to kinetic energy and then back again. That's why it's the acrobats on the aerial hoop. These guys are really something.
Someone will have to do a lot of work to lift the hoop and the acrobat together.
It looks really easy to pull them up. What are they using with the rope?
It looks like they're using pulleys attached to the rope.
I think this just might be the thing we need to pull Jacob up into the treehouse. This is great. We're making some real progress. Thanks, Dr. D.
You're welcome. Let's see about trapeze training.
Let's summarize what we know. We know the work is force times distance, and that it takes energy to do work.
We know that levers change a downward motion to an upward motion.
And that energy changes from potential energy to kinetic energy.
And we also know that pulleys lift large objects more easily.
Okay, so what do we need to know?
We need to know more about pulleys.
I'll bet NASA uses pulleys. I'll email my mom and see if she's found any engineers that we can talk to.
And don't forget to email Anthony and tell him what we've learned. We're making progress.
That's a great idea.
And we gotta go because we don't want to miss our trapeze class.
To the board, and I'm going to pretend like this is lying here.
Let it go.
The other way.
Hi guys, how's the project going?
Great so far. Thanks for your email. Your mom is friends with Mrs. Jones, an aerospace engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center. RJ's meeting her at the gantry this afternoon to talk about pulleys.
That's great.
He also said not to worry. He plans on getting plenty of information for your career day presentation.
Speaking of career day, KSNN's coming on.
I am listening live from my dressing room. During the construction, I'll be filing a series of special reports about how I personally redesign and overhaul my own dressing room. And I'm thinking, if this is as easy as it looks, I may just change careers.
This isn't funny anymore. Get me down.
Until next time, I am listening for KSNN.
IM's presentation should be interesting.
How's your report coming, Bianca? So far, so good. I've researched engineering in general, and the engineer at Otis Elevator was very helpful.
In a way, we're engineers for our pulley project.
Right, but we still have a long way to go. Have you found anything on the internet about pulleys?
There's lots of information on the NASA website. It looks like Miss Inix from Dryden can help us with pulleys.
Let's dial her up.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Inix, an aerospace engineer working here at the Propulsion and Performance Branch at NASA Dryden Flight Research Center.
Wow, an aerospace engineer. What does an aerospace engineer do?
I do flight test research on different types of planes. We actually put our experiments on real jet engines, install the engines in experimental planes, and then we go out and fly them.
That sounds really cool. Add that to the career list.
We're doing a project, and we need to learn more about pulleys. We saw on the website that NASA uses pulleys to lift the space shuttle onto the back of a 747 plane. How can pulleys help lift the space shuttle?
Well, to lift the space shuttle, they use the mate-demate device known as the MDD. The MDD is this large gantry-like steel structure where the space shuttle receives post-flight servicing and is prepared for the ferry flight back to NASA Kennedy Space Center. The MDD has two 100-foot towers that are connected at 80 feet by a horizontal structure.
What does the horizontal structure do?
It controls and guides a large lift beam that attaches to the space shuttle to raise or lower it. There are 3 large hoists or pulleys that are used to raise and lower the lift beam.
Those must be some big pulleys.
Yes, they are. The shuttle can weigh up to 232,000 pounds, but each of the 3 pulleys has a 100,000-pound lift capability. Operating together, the total lifting capacity of the 3 pulleys is 300,000 pounds. But for safety reasons, we don't exceed 240,000 pounds.
Wow, that's about 120 tons.
You're good at math. There are also 2 equipment pulleys built into each tower at the 60-foot level. Each pulley is capable of lifting 10,000 pounds.
Sounds like pulleys can lift a lot of weight and are pretty important at NASA. What happens to the space shuttle once it's lifted?
Well, the space shuttle is then placed on special mounts atop the fuselage of the NASA 747 shuttle carrier aircraft. It is then flown back to the Kennedy Space Center.
The space shuttle actually gets a piggyback ride. About how long does it take?
Depending on the weather, it usually takes 1 to 2 days.
Thanks, Miss Inix. You've been a big help.
You're welcome. Call if you need anything else, and good luck.
Wow, that is so cool.
I can't believe they lift the shuttle with pulleys.
If the pulleys can lift the space shuttle, I'm sure they could lift Jacob.
I took a lot of notes. I'll enter them into the computer so Jacob and the others can check them out.
And with RJ's notes, we should know a lot about pulleys.
Hi, RJ. Bianca's mom said you'd be coming by. How can I help you?
We need to learn more about pulleys. What exactly is a pulley?
Well, a pulley is a simple machine. It's made from a rope and a wheel. It makes lifting objects easier.
How does it do that?
It changes the direction of the force. For example, if you're lifting a heavy object off the floor using a pulley mounted to the ceiling, you can pull down the rope instead of pushing up.
Aren't you using the same amount of force needed to lift an object?
Good question. Yes, you are, but it's easier to pull down than to push up.
So how would I reduce the amount of force needed to lift a heavy object?
If you add a second pulley and you support the load with 2 ropes, then you only need half of the force to lift it.
What if you add a third pulley and support the load with 3 ropes?
If you divide the weight of the object by the number of ropes supporting the load, then you could determine what kind of force you need to lift the object.
Awesome. So what do you use pulleys for here at NASA Langer Research Center?
As an aerospace engineer and a level 3 manager of NASA's aviation safety program, I use pulleys in crashworthiness research.
What's crashworthiness?
Crashworthiness is how well an aircraft protects occupants in a crash. A team of engineers and I conduct tests and analysis on materials, on aircraft structures, and full-scale aircraft.
Why is that important?
In a real crash, it is very difficult to understand the damage because many things are destroyed. By conducting controlled crash tests, we can better understand what happens in a real crash, and then we can develop better designs that will protect the passengers.
You crash real airplanes here?
We sure do, right here at the gantry.
What exactly is the gantry?
The gantry is the Impact Dynamics research facility where we perform full-scale crash tests. It was also used by astronauts during the Apollo missions to practice landing on the moon.
That's cool. How do you crash planes?
A test vehicle is suspended from 2 swing cables, pulled back and released to allow the test vehicle to swing into the impact surface below. The swing cables are pyrotechnically separated from the vehicle just prior to the impact so that free flight conditions are established.
Airplanes are really heavy. You must need a lot of pulleys.
Actually, we only use 1 pulley, but it's a pretty big pulley.
How much can you lift?
We currently can only lift up to 30,000 pounds because that's the maximum capacity of the gantry's bridge.
How can you lift 30,000 pounds?
I run steel rope from the lifting device through the pulley and then attach it back to the bridge. The pulley is attached to the aircraft. This is called double hitching.
30,000 pounds is a lot of weight.
Yes, it is, but we don't need 30,000 pounds of force to lift it.
With 1 pulley attached to the aircraft, you have 2 ropes supporting the load. Then you only need 15,000 pounds of force. Alfred and Jacob doesn't weigh 30,000 pounds, so I bet we could use pulleys to lift them with no problem at all. Thanks, Mrs. Jones.
You're welcome, and good luck, and call if you need anything.
Okay.
So what's up? How will the Treehouse detectives use pulleys to lift Jacob? Will it be safe? Is there a better solution? Stay tuned for the answers in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Look for the answers to the following questions. How can you determine how much mass is needed to lift a load? What should the Treehouse detectives consider to safely lift Jacob? What are human factors? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
And because pulleys reduce the amount of force needed. They're inexpensive, easy to set up, and operate. You must construct a pulley system.
A pulley system is definitely the way to go.
Okay, so we know we need to use pulleys to lift Jacob up into the treehouse. But how many do we need? I checked with the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club from Raleigh, North Carolina. I'll see if we can talk to them.
Don't forget, we have to design the entire apparatus.
I don't know about an apparatus, but a lift chair and a pulley system should be nice.
Okay, fine. But seriously, we still need to design and build the lift chair.
And the pulley system.
Right, but we need to test both before we try and lift Jacob. Guys, the Sci-Files Kids Club, check it out. Hi, I'm Katie, in Mrs. Nowell's 4th grade class at A.B. Combs Elementary School in Raleigh, North Carolina. Hi, how may I help you? Hi, we heard that you were working on an experiment to learn more about pulleys. That's right, we wanted to find out how pulleys work. Can you tell us about your experiment? Sure. First, each group was given 500-gram mass, 2 double pulleys, a cup, some string, and some pennies. We hooked the 500-gram mass to the bottom of the pulley system that we constructed. Their combined mass is called a load.
what did you do with the pennies?
We kept adding pennies to the cup until the load was lifted. We then placed our cup on a balance to find the total mass that it took to lift the load. Once we collected our data from 2 strings, we repeated with 3 and 4 strings. Did each group in the class get the same data? Not exactly, so we shared our data and took the class average of the total mass that it took to lift the load for each number of strings.
When you analyzed your data, were you able to come to any conclusions?
Yes, after putting the class averages up on the board, it was pretty obvious that the more strings we used, the less mass we needed to lift the load.
How did you calculate how much mass you needed for each string?
We counted the number of strings that supported the load and divided the combined mass by the string count. We saw right away that there was a problem when we did our first calculation.
What was the problem?
Our mass being lifted was 545 grams when we had only 1 string. It should have taken 545 grams to lift it. Instead, it took an average of 571 grams. We also found the same thing in each of our other calculations.
Could you have collected your data incorrectly?
That's what we thought at first, or that we had made an error in our arithmetic. Our teacher gave us a hint. We realized that there was friction in our pulley system. Friction slows things down and makes it more difficult to lift.
That's why you needed more mass to lift the load.
Right. We concluded that you can find approximately how much mass is needed to lift the load by dividing by the number of strings, but you definitely have to consider friction.
Thanks so much for your help. We won't forget about friction.
You're welcome, and good luck on your project.
I really like that experiment, but another way of looking at it is to say that the pulley multiplies in force.
What?
Look at it this way. If we have a load supported by 4 strings, the pulleys will allow us to lift something 4 times heavier than the force we apply.
Oh, I get it. If I apply 10 pounds of force, then I can lift 40 pounds.
Exactly.
Mr. Jones said that we divide the total weight by the number of ropes supporting the load. The Kids Club showed us how to do that too.
So if the total weight is 120 pounds or 54 kilograms, and we had 6 ropes supporting the load, then that's about 20 pounds of pulling force. And with friction, maybe a little more.
That would take about 6 pulleys.
Wow, with my 20 pounds of force, I can lift 120 pounds. I've multiplied my force by 6 times. That's our new hypothesis. If we use rope, pulleys, and a lift chair, we can lift Jacob back into the treehouse. But what if I wanted to lift Jacob by myself? 20 pounds still seems like a lot to me. Maybe we can multiply our force even more by adding more rope and pulleys. It looks like we have some work to do.
Okay, we're about ready to test.
Wait. We have a 3-pulley system.
I wish we'd found 6 pulleys. Do you think our hypothesis will still work?
It should. With 3 pulleys, we'll need more force, but I think we can do it.
And the test weight is 120 pounds.
Okay, RJ, I think we're ready. Ready up here. Okay, we're ready to go.
According to my calculations, 120 pounds divided by 3 supporting ropes equals about 40 pounds of pulling force.
Don't forget friction.
Okay, 45. But we definitely need to pull together.
Okay, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, pull.
Where's Jacob?
Oops.
Treehouse, we have a problem. We need to do more research.
We need to go to the problem board.
Yeah. All right, we know that work is a force applied over a distance, and that it takes energy to do work.
We also know that a lever can change the direction of a force, and potential and kinetic energy can change back and forth.
And pulleys reduce the amount of force needed to lift an object.
First, we need to know how to make the lift chair safer. And we also need to know if there's anything else we can do to use less rope.
Since we don't have any more pulleys, I think we need to find out if there's another simple machine that we can use to make it easier to lift Jacob. Until the test dummy fell off, it was difficult to pull.
We need to talk to someone about safety. My mom works with some safety engineers at NASA Langley Research Center. I'll email her. Maybe she can help us.
I'll go see Dr. D. Maybe he could help us figure out how to use less rope.
We've still got some work to do before we let the real Jacob get anywhere near the treehouse.
Great. My mom wrote back. Miss Ryan is a safety engineer, and she's going to meet with us this afternoon. Great. Let's get up and go. Hi, we're the treehouse detectives. Are you Miss Ryan?
Yes, how can I help you today?
We're designing a lift chair and a pulley system to help get our friend with the broken foot up into the treehouse. And we want to make sure that it is safe to use.
Well, you've come to the right place. I am a safety engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center.
What does a safety engineer do?
Well, we do lots of things, like evaluating projects or jobs to identify potential hazards or risks. We also develop safety plans and guidelines that help prevent harmful accidents, incidents, or mishaps.
Wow, that sounds like a cool job and lots of responsibility.
Yes, and we're doing more than developing rules. We're actually protecting people, property, and the environment.
And we need to protect Jacob. What are some things that we should consider?
How much will you be lifting?
About 120 pounds.
You'll need to know if there's a load limit on the ropes, pulleys, or anything else you will be using in the lifting process.
We hadn't thought of that. How do you figure out the load limit?
Most of the time it's printed on the packaging of a product. If not, look for the manufacturer and contact them directly.
We will definitely do that.
Is there a safety catch on your pulley system?
No, I don't think so.
A safety catch or a locking mechanism of some kind are very important in case the people pulling the rope lose their grip. It would catch and stop the fall of the chair.
We have a lot to check out and to research.
Also, make sure your equipment is in good working order. You don't want to use worn or broken equipment.
And don't forget that we have to make sure the tree limb is strong enough to support Jacob, the lift chair, and the pulley system.
Now you're getting it. And don't forget about testing your equipment before you lift anyone.
We will be sure to test everything.
You also need to consider human factors. While you're here at the center, you should talk to Dr. Carla Torella. She's a human factors engineer.
Great.
I'll give her a call and let her know you're coming.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And good luck with your project.
Oh, hi, Catherine. Laura Ryan said you'd be stopping by. Have a seat. How may I help you?
Our friend Jacob broke his foot, and we've designed a lift chair to help him to get into the treehouse. Miss Ryan gave us some good suggestions on how to make the chair safer, but she said that we should also consider the science of human factors. She said that you could help us with human factors.
I sure can. Human factors is the design of things, spaces, and processes so they fit better with people in terms of how people are designed physically and how we process information.
Why is it important?
Well, when things or processes or areas are designed without considering human factors, they may be really difficult to use, and so they may not be used at all.
So where do you start?
Well, we start with standards and guidelines that are based on scientific principles. And for example, they help us understand how the eye works, which would help us understand what colors to use in our displays.
Oh, I get it.
Then we use what we know is good for human operators, and we get real operators involved in the process. This is called user-centered design.
What are you working on now?
Well, here at NASA Langley Research Center, we design displays and aiding technologies for airplane cockpits. We do user-centered design of these concepts by involving real pilots and testing them in aircraft simulators like this one, the IFD.
What is the IFD?
The IFD is Integration Flight Deck. The IFD is a copy of the flight deck on the NASA Boeing 757.
We learned that in designing, you have to use the iterative process, where you test, evaluate, and redesign. Human factors is sort of like that.
Yes, that's right. The iterative design process is an important part of user-centered design. You want to involve users all the way through the process, from concept formation all the way through to testing in a real environment.
What kind of human factors should we consider for our lift chair?
Well, first you need to define your user population. Will Jacob be the only one using the chair, or will other friends use it as well?
We hadn't thought of other users. It will be nice to have for other people who might need to be lifted.
Well, you need to consider your users' requirements, the design goals too. So they may be safety, comfort, usability.
Anything else?
You need to consider the anthropometric characteristics of your users.
Anthropometric? What is that?
Anthropometry is the study of measuring people. There's static measurements such as arm length and height, and then there's functional measurements such as viewing angle and reach.
Wow, we have a lot to consider. Thanks, Dr. LaTorella.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me know how your chair works out.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Dr. D. What have you been doing?
Just went for a bike ride to get a little exercise. How's your project coming?
We're excited about using pulleys to lift Jacob into the treehouse.
But we ended up with a lot of excess rope. Are we doing something wrong?
I figured you'd have some questions about pulleys, so I set up a model over here. Let's try it out. I have 4 kilograms, or about 9 pounds, attached to this pulley system. Go ahead and pull on the string.
That's really easy.
Why don't you lift the weight, which we call the load, 1 meter. We'll call this the load distance.
Wait a minute, Anthony. Where did all this string come from?
I don't know. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Let me explain. Simple machines allow you to multiply your force. In this case, you can lift an object 8 times as heavy as your force.
Right. We learned from the Sci-Files Kids Club that you count the number of strings supporting the load. I count 8 strings, and that's why we can multiply our force 8 times.
Very good, but there is a trade-off.
What do you mean?
Remember that work is equal to force times distance.
Okay.
With simple machines like pulleys, you can multiply your force, but not the work. So in this case, you've multiplied your force 8 times. But how much string did you have to pull in? We'll call this your distance.
$8 meters. That means our distance is 8 times the load distance.
Does it always work that way?
Yes, it does. If you multiply your force, the trade-off is that your distance will always be greater than the load distance. Take a lever, for example. Why don't I stand over here and have you try to lift me up by pushing over there. Try it with just one hand.
Okay. I can't believe I just did that. That was easy.
Well, if your force is 5 times further from the fulcrum or rotational point than the load, you will multiply your force by 5 times. But your distance, how far you push down, will also be 5 times greater than the load distance, how far I move up.
This is really cool.
So if simple machines don't allow us to do less work or need less energy, why do we use them?
I guess it's because they make the work easier.
Excellent.
We still need to make our work easier. Right now, we've multiplied our force 3 times by using 3 pulleys. But that isn't enough to easily lift the load of 120 pounds.
But if we add more pulleys to multiply the force even more, that means that we have to pull in a lot more rope.
Wow, maybe we need to use a different kind of simple machine.
Well, don't scrap your pulley idea. You might want to consider combining other simple machines with your pulley system.
You mean like use a lever with our pulley system?
Well, that's a possibility. Another one is a wheel and axle. Take my bike, for example. This could also be called a crank and axle. This wheel with the chain attached is the axle. It's attached to this crank with the pedal. To find out how this machine multiplies the force, all we have to do is divide the radius of the crank by the radius of the axle. RJ, would you make the measurements, please?
The crank is 16 centimeters, and the axle is 8 centimeters. So that means the machine multiplies the force by 2.
That's great.
Another possibility you may want to explore is gears.
I'm going to visit my grandparents in San Diego. We're planning on going to Legoland. I bet there are a lot of gears in Legoland. I'll send them an email and see if I can speak with someone about gears.
Great.
Bye, Dr. D.
Thanks.
Bye.
So what's up? Will the Treehouse Detectives be able to make the lift chair safe? How will human factors change the design of the lift chair? What other simple machines can the Treehouse Detectives use to help them lift Jacob? Find out in the conclusion of The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Answer these final questions and help solve the case of the powerful pulleys. How does a gear work? How does a belay make the lift chair safer?
how does a winch help solve the problem? Can you see this icon? The answer is near.
Hello, Mrs. Savell.
Hi, you must be one of the treehouse detectives. I understand you need to learn about gears.
We sure do. What exactly is a gear?
A gear is one of the oldest simple machines invented. In fact, it's a wheel and an axle, but with teeth.
Teeth? What kind of teeth?
I'll use these Lego gears to show you.
That's cool.
Gears work when the teeth of one gear mesh with the teeth of another. The first gear is called the driver or the primary gear. Notice when I turn it, the next gear or the follower gear rotates in the opposite direction, but at the same rotational speed.
What happens when you put two gears together that aren't the same size?
Let's see. Notice that the follower gear is 2 times larger and has twice as many teeth as the driving gear. Give it a try.
The follower only rotates half as much as the driver.
That's right, it has half the rotational speed of the driver. Changing rotational speed is one of the reasons we use gears. Another reason is to multiply the force on the axle of the follower gear.
We definitely need more force, but how do you use gears to multiply force?
It's simple. If you double the size of the follower gear, the force on the axle is twice what it used to be.
Is it always that easy?
You can actually calculate the increase in force by simply dividing the number of teeth on the follower with the number of teeth on the driver.
So in this case, the follower has 40 teeth, and the driver has 24. 40 divided by 24 is about 1.7. That means that the force is multiplied about 2 times.
That's right. You're really good with numbers.
What if they're 3 gears?
Let's try it. Here we have a driver with 8 teeth, a follower with 24 teeth, and another follower with 40 teeth.
It looks like the driver gear goes around 5 times for every 1 time that the largest follower gear goes around.
Good observation. To find the force multiplier, you divide the 40 teeth of the follower by the 8 teeth of the driver.
That would be 5. But what about the middle gear?
The middle gear doesn't make a difference, except for the fact that it changes the direction of rotation. Let's verify our results to see if the force is really multiplied by 5. I'll place 5 bricks on this lever arm and place 1 brick the same distance out on the lever arm on the driver gear. It balances, so we were correct.
We've multiplied the force by 5, but the follower doesn't move very much at all. It's just like a pulley system. Whenever you multiply the force, you have to pull in a lot of rope to move the load a short distance.
Right. Whenever you use simple machines, there's always a trade-off.
Dr. D said the same thing. He also said that you could combine simple machines in order to get a greater multiplication of force.
Check out this bicycle, for example. The crank works as a lever. We have a gear system. In this gear system, the teeth don't mesh together directly. They are connected by a chain.
A bicycle uses a lot of simple machines.
When you have more than one simple machine working together, like on the bicycle, it's called a compound machine. Here's another example. This crane is a combination of a crank or lever attached to a gear connected to pulleys.
This is really cool. I'll bet that this helps us solve our problem. Thanks a lot, Miss Salvell.
You're welcome.
I think this is our new hypothesis. If we use rope, pulleys, gears, and a lift chair, then we'll be able to lift Jacob into the treehouse.
Okay, we can secure Jacob or anyone else in the lift chair by using this rope and harness.
Yes, and the handles make it safer too.
As long as the lift chair can support the heaviest passenger, then we're in good shape.
Right. Now all we have to figure out is how to make the pulley system easy enough for everyone to use.
Let's go and see if Anthony sent us some email.
Anthony said that he learned a lot at Legoland about gears and combining simple machines together. He said that he remembers seeing a lot of things in his garage. He thinks it might be a good idea to use gears with our pulley system. He wants us to check with his dad about using it. I wonder what has gears in it. We'll have to check this out. Oh, Dr. D wrote us an email. He said that if we're concerned about safety, we should talk to his climber friend. Great. While you're on the internet, print out a Get Up and Go sheet. You can print out your own Get Up and Go sheet by going to the NASA Sci-Files website research rack.
Hi, are you Mr. Harding?
Yes, that's right. You must be one of the treehouse detectives. Dr. D tells me you need to learn more about safety.
That's right. Dr. D mentioned that you rock climb. We were wondering how you make it safe.
Well, I can show you that right here, but first we need to outfit you with the climbing harness to tie the rope into you.
You aren't going to pull me up, are you?
No, you're going to have to do the climbing yourself. The rope is just simply there to keep you safe.
How does that work?
It's called belaying. I tie one end of the rope into your harness, and then it goes through the eye bolt at the top, and then down to me, the belayer. It passes through this belay device called an ATC or figure 8. If you slip and begin to fall, I simply pull on the rope like this, and the friction with the ATC stops the rope.
Are you sure this is going to work?
Let me show you. Climb up a few feet and then let go.
Okay. Wow, it stopped me right away.
I told you it would. Another important safety feature is the type of rope we're using. It's called a dynamic rope because it has stretch to it. That way you don't stop too suddenly. You want to try some rappelling?
What's that?
Well, let me have my son demonstrate.
It looks like he used the same device that you used to belay me.
That's right, I have a belay attached to him to keep him safe.
I'll bet we could use the belay principle as a safety device for a lift chair. Boy, Jacob sure is heavy.
Simple machines sure help. I'm glad we don't have to lift all this weight alone. Hey, here comes Dr. D.
I'll take off the dummy while you can lower the chair.
Okay.
This looks impressive. How did you put it all together?
Well, the obvious answer was pulleys, but that was just the beginning.
We could only find 3 pulleys, so the best that we could do was multiply the force 3 times.
Jacob is way too heavy for that.
Hey, I'm not that heavy.
But we learned that we could combine simple machines, like gears, with the pulleys, to multiply the force even more.
There was also a safety concern. We learned how to use the rock climbing technique of belaying to help keep Jacob safe.
And the winch we found not only had gears, but also wheel and axle to help make the work easier. It also had a built-in safety device. I think it's called a ratchet.
Yes, it is. A ratchet keeps the handle from spinning wildly or turning backwards if you accidentally let go.
We also learned that simple machines don't reduce the energy needed. They just make work easier.
Instead of using a very big force for the distance of 3.5 meters up into the treehouse, we can use a very small force on the crank. That means that we'll have to turn the crank a lot of times.
Right, and we can all use the system by ourselves to lift up any one of us. Right, we know the force needed is small, but do we ever figure it out exactly? No. Dr. D, can you help us with that?
Sure. How much do the pulleys multiply the force?
The load is supported by 3 ropes, so the force is multiplied 3 times.
Good. How about the gears on your winch?
We learned at Legoland that we need to count the number of teeth on both gears. The big gear on our winch has 41 teeth, and the little gear has 10 teeth. So the gears alone multiply our force about 4 times.
You've learned a lot about simple machines. And there's also a crank on the winch. It's got a radius about 5 times longer than the spool. That multiplies the force 5 times.
Right, just like the bicycle crank.
The spool also gathers the excess rope.
And because we use gears and a wheel and axle along with our pulleys, we didn't have to pull in as much rope.
We multiplied the force 3 times for the pulleys, 4 times for the gears, and 5 times for the wheel and axle. But how do those go together?
All you have to do is multiply the 3 numbers together.
That's easy. Let's see. 3 times 4 is 12, and 12 times 5 is 60. So our compound machine multiplies our force 60 times.
Since 2 times 60 is equal to 120, that means that we'll only need about 2 pounds of force to lift 120 pounds.
So is it true that your force will actually be multiplied 60 times?
Isn't that what the math says? You can always trust math. Wait a minute, when we were measuring the force on our spring scale, when we were testing the pulley system, it read 5 pounds, not 2. I don't get it.
Well, don't forget what you learned from the Sci-Files Kids Club.
Yes, there's always some friction. Don't forget about the trade-off.
Right. If our force is multiplied by 60 times, then the distance will be 60 times more.
Wow, 60 times 3.5 meters up to the treehouse. That's about 210 meters.
That's a lot of cranking.
Yes, but it's certainly easier than just pulling him in.
And it's safer too.
Yeah, but it takes a lot longer. Let's try it out. We have tested it. We know it'll be easy and safe. Let's do it.
Let's not move too fast. Remember, I already have one broken foot. I don't want another.
Don't worry, we'll take good care of you. Let us know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready down here. Wow, you guys did it. I can't believe I'm back in the treehouse.
Simple machines are simply amazing. Good work, everyone. It worked perfectly, Dr. D. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome, kids. Keep up the excellent work. See ya.
Bye, Dr. D.
Another successful project. And this time you guys didn't need my help.
I am ToonBot3000. Welcome to the news. Top story, Career Day. We go live to I am listening.
Thanks, ToonBot. Well, folks, I discovered that I am no expert on renovations or construction, and I will not be changing careers. If you want to talk to some real experts and learn about some great career fields, come down to Career Day tomorrow. Back to you, ToonBot.
Thanks. Hi, folks. One last little renovation to take care of. I'm Ted Toon with KSNN.
That's right. You're doing a presentation tomorrow. How's it coming?
Well, thanks to the Treehouse detectives, NASA engineers, and SWE, I think it's going to turn out great. This pulley system and lift chair makes you a first-class Treehouse engineer. We're all engineers.
You guys are the best. One question though. Does this pulley system work as well going down?
Uh-oh. We didn't think about getting you back down. Dr. D!
Guys?
The NASA Science Files is made possible through the generous support of Busch Gardens, SeaWorld, and NASA Langley Research Center's Aerospace Vehicle System Technology Office. Captioning provided by NEC Foundation of America.
Your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency reminds you that now is a great time to take a look at your boating equipment and examine your own safety habits. Remember, safe boating is everyone's responsibility. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with Sauger Brood Collection. Next up, Archery 101, choosing a bow.
We can put any style sight on the bow, any style arrow rest, any stabilizer, whatever accessories they want.
And we'll finish off with a Drop the Tailgate at AEDC Wildlife Management Area.
So that's one of the questions that I answer all the time. You know, where can I park?
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
We are on Old Hickory Reservoir, just below Cordell Hole Dam, trying to get sauger brood for our hatchery.
We got two kinds of nets. We have experimental nets and just our sauger brood nets. These are a little longer, so we'll have to get a little more angle and I have to get across.
Sure, we're out here today getting these brood fish because similar to striped bass with the dam systems, it's really prohibited their natural ability to reproduce. So in order to produce a fishery, our job is to come out here and collect brood fish for our hatchery so the hatcheries can spawn these fish artificially, and then they can be reintroduced back into the water bodies for anglers to enjoy.
This is just the anchor used to keep the net on the bottom, and then the float line will be on the top, and that way the net stays set like it should, vertical in the water column.
We can't electrofish for sauger. It's just not an effective gear, so we're out here today using gill nets. These fish often sit along the bottom of the river, and that's how fishermen fish for them too. They know they're down there. So yeah, we've got to use gill nets that stretch from roughly the bottom. They sit on the bottom and they come up maybe about 10 feet. And that's the best way that we can get them, and the safest way, and the way that's best for the fish.
We'll see several year classes when we do this. I mean, you could have a year old, and then some of the females we're getting could be 3 or 4 years old, and that's some of our best producing fish. And that's the thing too, you know, people don't realize how long it takes the fish to get to the size that they're catching.
Some of the steps that we take to ensure that the fish are healthy is whenever we pull them up with the gill net, we take it easy on the fish. We usually, instead of trying to force that fish through the net, we'll cut the netting around the fish to ease it out, and then it goes straight into a holding tank so that fish is in the water, back in the water immediately, and it reduces the time that it's out of water. We're able to tell male and female on these fish by just squeezing their belly a little bit, and the males will have milk come out of the vent, and then the females will not have anything come out, and we just assume that those are eggs in there. When the females get really ripe, or the eggs get close to being expelled, you are able to push the eggs out, but that's not our goal. So we're very gentle on the fish while we press on the belly.
Optimally, you want 2 males to 1 female, but as tough as it is to get brood like we're doing, if we can get one male to one female, we're doing pretty good. I haven't added the numbers yet, but we may actually be about at 1-to-1 this year, which is very uncommon. That's why we came early, to catch the males before they start moving on out in March.
I think we got 83 fish today, which is an awesome day. It's a really good day for us. And with those 83 fish, we'll produce hundreds of thousands of offspring that can be stocked back into Old Hickory.
Hey, this is Michael Parsley with the TWRA. We're here today at the Archery Den, and I'm talking with Matt Eddy, who's going to help us and tell us how to pick out the right bow for someone that wants to go out and archery hunt this fall. Matt, what should people be looking for when they go out and pick a bow?
Well, first thing that I want somebody to look for is, what is your comfort zone? If you don't have time to practice, if you don't have time to shoot throughout the year, first thing I want to look at is maybe a crossbow is best for you. Once you get a crossbow sighted in, it's kind of like a rifle. It's got a scope. They're simple to use. They're pretty low maintenance. Maybe the crossbow is the way to go. Additionally, if a compound is the way you want to go more the way of traditional archery, first we have to get your draw length set. If your draw length is wrong, then you're going to be shooting all over the place. The second thing, biggest thing I see in bows other than the wrong draw length is a guy gets too much bow. He wants to shoot a 70-pound bow, and he may not be comfortable pulling a 70-pound bow yet. He may be able to do it, but he can only do it once and he's worn out. That also creates bad technique. So getting the right draw length, getting your draw length measured, which is what we do every time I sell a bow, that's where we start. What's your draw length and what poundage were you shooting on your last bow? Or if you haven't shot, let's start with lower poundage. The next thing is, how tall are you? You may have a long draw length. If you have a longer draw length, then we may not want a super short bow. Short bows are great for the tree stand, but if that bow is too short, the string angle is too steep for a guy that's, say, 6'1" or 6'2". Even though the draw length may fit, we may go to a longer axle-to-axle bow that's going to fit him more comfortable and be a little more stable with the right string angle so he can hit his anchor points correctly.
Okay, so when a person comes in and wants to look at a bow with you, the first three things you're going to look at is axle to axle length, poundage, and above all, length of draw.
Draw length,
right?
Correct.
So, and when they come in here to the archery den, you'll work that out for them.
Absolutely. We built a board years ago that makes it really simple. They just put their arms up to the board and it tells us exactly what their draw length is.
Okay, and then from there they just pick out what style of bow they want and things like that. That really have nothing to do with how well they're going to shoot.
Absolutely. Sometimes the best bow is the one they're most comfortable with. So I will often take customers, they say, look, I don't know what I want. All right, this is my favorites, but here's some demos. Let's go to the back, you shoot them. Sometimes it's a bow that maybe I don't prefer, and they draw it back and the bow just, it talks to them. That's the one that they want.
And so you pick out the bow that's comfortable for them, and then you can set it up however they want it, sights and peeps and things like that, right?
Absolutely. Everything on these bows is interchangeable. We can put any style sight on the bow, any style arrow rest, any stabilizer, whatever accessories they want. And the good thing is, when you go jump into a new bow, all this stuff is interchangeable. If you get good accessories on, say, a more affordable bow today, if you want to upgrade that bow next year, they can take all those accessories to that new bow with them.
You talked about finding a bow that was comfortable for someone. Well, let's talk about one of the most important factors, price. The price, for a lot of people, that makes a bow comfortable. So talk about price on a bow.
Absolutely. There's a price for everybody in archery. We've got packages. We kind of sell a pro package, pro hunter package in the store that is a bow, sight, rest, quiver, 6 arrows, and a release. And you can get those packages anywhere from $450 all the way up to, you get into the $1,000 range. You're picking out your own accessories. The sky's the limit on the price. There are budget bows that, like I said, starting around $450 that have everything included, so it's not overwhelming for somebody who says, what all do I need? this is everything you need except for a target, and it keeps a guy from really getting overwhelmed. We can hand him one piece of equipment for $450, $550, $600, and get him started shooting it out the door.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Come on into the archery den. They'll help you pick out a comfortable bow, not only price, but one that actually fits you and that you can actually go out and use this fall.
Thank everybody for joining us again on another Drop the Tailgate. This is a continuation of a look at some of the WMAs here in Region 2, and today I've got Wes Winton. Wes is the manager at AEDC. And Wes, I looked in the hunting guide. I've heard AEDC all my life. What does AEDC stand for?
So AEDC is Arnold Engineering and Development Complex.
Okay.
The AEDC is part of the Arnold Air Force Base.
And I drove in here, it's a lot of land. How big is this place and how do you get it?
Right, we've got 32,000 acres of public hunting area just outside of Manchester, Tullahoma, Winchester area, split between Coffee County and Franklin County.
And it's right off of I-24.
Right off the interstate. I mean,
Okay.
part of the northern boundary is the interstate. This is a unique place that we manage a military installation, which results in a little extra complication for the regulations. Some of the restrictions on no rifles, no centerfire rifles, no rimfire rifles. That's a military regulation that we put in.
That's the whole season, right?
That's the whole season. Somebody wants to come out here and small game hunt, we've got a lot of small game hunting opportunity, but you've got to do it with a shotgun.
And what about personal carry if they've got a permit?
So personal carry, that is a regulation that the Air Force enforces on their property, all DOD installations. There are no handguns allowed on DOD regulation.
That's a good thing I wouldn't have known, and it's a good thing to know if you're going to come out here. You can't carry your personal firearm out on the area. There is one other thing that I wanted to ask you about: sign in. I've never gone to a WMA where I had to sign in. How does that work?
So the sign-in process is one of those things that the Air Force wants us to account for and be able to tell them at the end of the year, hey, we had 3,000 people visit AEDC this year to come hunting. And the sign-in process is how we do that. It's an easy process. It's self-service. You don't have to go to the main gate and see anybody. We've got 3 different locations, one at each main entrance. You stop in there, you'll pick up a card. It's a simple process. You'll stop in, you'll pick up one of these cards. You'll fill out the top part, drop it in the box. The second part, the bottom part, you'll fill in your name and hunter ID number.
And you keep that with you?
Well, and actually it makes it easier if you just leave it in the windshield of your vehicle.
Okay.
That way, if I stop, if one of the security guys stop and see your vehicle, we need to check you out, make sure everything's okay. They see this card, then we're good to go. Okay. Once you get done hunting, either for the day or during the quota hunts, or if you're going to come out and hunt all weekend, just write the different days that you hunted on it, finish filling it out, and drop it back off. And that's signing in and signing out. So that's a simple, easy way for us to be able to account for how many hunters, what kind of hunters we have, and be able to report that back to the Air Force at the end of the year. One of our main check-in stations is, or sign-in stations, is right off the interstate, off of Dixie Road. As soon as you get off the interstate, first paved road on the right, you can see it. Just pull in there and sign in, and you'll be good to go. But we get a lot of questions about that. So all of AEDC is broken up into 6 different management units. And that's done so that we can close certain units based on military training without having to close the entire area.
So they are actively training on this
So
property.
they do
like
active.
Fort Campbell.
Right. Not quite to that scale, but we're able to be here and hunt here as long as we're not affecting the military mission negatively. So Unit 1 and Unit 2 are the 2 main areas that are utilized for training. So when you come by the sign-in station, we'll have calendars on the board telling you when Unit 1 or Unit 2 is going to be open or closed. Units 3, 4, 5, and 6, wide open. They rarely, if ever, do training in there.
So the only ones that you got to be concerned about are Units 1 and 2.
Right.
There's still plenty of land. If you come out here planning on going to Unit 1 and it's closed, there's other places you can go.
Right.
So
there's Unit 1 is closed to all small game, and it's only for deer hunting mostly during the quota hunts, because that's where a vast majority of the training happens. But then Unit 2 is open and available for small game or archery or whatever.
Okay, so if you do come out here and you plan to hunt a Unit 1 or Unit 2, you might want to have an area that you know in 3, 4, or 5 that's kind of like a backup.
Right.
But just know that those situations could occur. What are your seasons out here? I know, we look in the guide and we see same as statewide, and then, so you told me you can't use rifles out here. What are the seasons?
So all of our small game season is same as statewide, except you can't be out small game hunting during a deer shotgun muzzleloader hunt, during the deer gun hunt. During deer season, we are archery, same as statewide, so you can bow hunt when archery season opens all the way through January the 3rd. So it's wide open for bow hunting only. During gun season or everywhere else, you can come in here and just bow hunt and be able to bow hunt by yourself for the most part. But we have young sportsman's hunts that are same as statewide. So we've got a young sportsman's hunt the end of October, and then another one at the end of season, second weekend in January. But our 2 big hunts are going to be our 2 shotgun muzzleloader quota hunts that you have to get drawn for. We'll draw out 900 for each one of those hunts, which sounds like a lot, but it's a large area, and everybody can kind of spread out and work it out that way. But those will be our 2 big popular weekends where everybody falls in here with a shotgun or muzzleloader, and we kill a lot of deer on those hunts. We'll kill 250 deer on a 3-day hunt.
Really?
So those are super fun hunts. Lots of successful hunters come out.
You got plenty of space for these hunters to get out on, but how do they get out on it? I know I drove a couple of main roads, but are there access areas that you can get back into the property?
So that's one of the questions that I answer all the time. Where can I park, and how can I get to certain places? So out here, if it's a gravel road that's not closed off by a gate, you can drive out there. Now, there are places that's closed off by gate or a cable or whatever. Don't drive there. But if it's a gravel road, you can drive down, and when you decide I'm going to go hunt here, pull off the road, get out of the way a little bit, park and go hunt. So, and that's the same way on the main roads as well. There's plenty of places to pull off and park. Just watch out, don't get stuck in a wet spot.
I know some WMAs have antler restrictions. Is there anything like that out here? And some WMAs have bonus deer.
Right.
What do you have out here, and is it for the whole season, or is it just for quota hunts?
There are no antler restrictions for AEDC. So it's same as statewide. If it's an illegal deer, you can harvest that.
That's my kind of hunting right there.
So during the archery hunts, if you kill a buck, if you kill an antlered deer, that counts towards your statewide limit. But during the quota hunts, if you kill an antlered deer, that is a bonus deer. So on the quota hunts, we allow hunters to kill 2 deer, 1 doe, 1 buck, or 2 does.
Okay.
So
only one can be antlered.
Only one can be antlered.
Okay. Unique part of this WMA is we don't own it. We're allowed to use it.
Yep.
What type of management do you do out here?
So that is one of the unique features here, that we don't own the property. The Air Force owns the property, and so we have to coordinate our management activities with them and through them to make sure that we're meeting the requirements that they set forth. So they have final say on some of the stuff that we do and some of the stuff that we don't do. We've got a wide variety of habitat here. We've got oak flats, we've got pine stands, and we've got open fields. We've got early successional fields where we, quail and rabbit habitat. We do, we've got some sharecrop farming on the place, so there are, agricultural fields for openings and food plots and that kind of thing.
Terrain seems to be pretty nice and easy terrain.
It is, and that's, we get a lot of squirrel hunters come here because it's easy hunting. You get up on the north end, and for the most part, it's flat. You can walk and walk and walk. A little bit hilly, and I say hilly as a Middle Tennessee relative term. A little bit hilly around the lake in some areas, but for the most part, people love to come out here and hunt, especially small game and squirrel and raccoon hunt, just because it's easy walking.
Are there other opportunities for people to come out to AEDC, and what are they?
So here on AEDC, we've got Woods Reservoir. So Woods Reservoir is controlled and operated, and water level fluctuated by the Air Force. They use that water for cooling industrial area. There's fishing opportunities, there's boating opportunities. On Woods Reservoir we have duck blinds. So there's waterfowl hunting opportunities there as well.
And those are drawn back in August, right?
Those are drawn back in August and allotted out, and we're getting close to waterfowl season, so blinds ought to be ready, and hunters excited about that.
Those blinds out on Woods Reservoir, when we talked about the blinds, is that all boat access only, or are there weighted blinds?
So some of the blinds on Woods Reservoir are pretty much boat in only. There are a handful that are walk-in blinds. For the most part, every blind on Woods Reservoir you can get to by boat. But Woods Reservoir is not the only waterfowl hunting opportunity we have here on AEDC. On the north end in Unit 6, around Sinking Pond, and some of the areas up there will seasonally flood, flooded timber. So there's flooded timber hunting opportunities as well.
And those would be walk-in, first come, first
Those
serve.
are walk-in, first come, first serve. You show up and kind of scout your spot out and set up, throw some decoys out and see what happens.
And for any of you wanting to go to Woods Reservoir and getting a blind, if you hadn't been drawn, you'll have to wait at least till daylight and find an unoccupied blind. That's statewide. So, but that walk-in area would be a great opportunity for somebody wanting to get into waterfowl hunting and just feel it out a little bit and see how it goes. So is there anything else that I'm missing? You've got no antler restrictions. You've got restrictions on what you can carry on this property. You can't carry any centerfire rifles, no rimfire rifles. You can't carry a personal handgun with a permit or not. You can't carry one.
Yep. And we've got a lot of property here, and unfortunately there's no ATVs allowed on the property. I get that question regularly. If a hunter comes out and harvests a deer, he's got to work, drag it out, or cart it out, or whatever. But there's no ATVs allowed on the Department of Defense property.
Understandable. Oh, there's one other thing I was going to ask you. It is military base. In the guide it says you may run into something out there, and what would that look like? What would they need to do?
So back in the World War II days, They did a lot of military training out here, a lot of tank training. They had hand grenade ranges, they had old bazooka ranges where they shot. So it is possible for hunters to run into or find unexploded ordnances. The Air Force and all Department of Defense lands have made extraordinary efforts to clean that up, but there's still a possibility to find that. So if you find something that looks like it might explode, you know, whether that be an old hand grenade, an old tank mine, or a finned rocket-propelled grenade thing, don't touch that, stay away from it. Give us a call. At all of our sign-in locations, there's information on who to call if you were to find something like that.
32,000 acres, AEDC and Woods Reservoir out here, and if you've never been to it, this year might be a good time to check it out. You can archery hunt all year long. Of course, if you didn't get signed up in June and July for the quota hunts, then you're out of luck for those, but it'd be a great time to come out and archery hunt, maybe scout around and see if you want to put in for a quota hunt next year. And then of course the duck hunting wait-in area, another good opportunity for everybody. Wes, I appreciate you
Yes, sir.
talking to me and letting me know about this place.
This is an excellent little gym here in Middle Tennessee. I mean, AEDC's been operating as a wildlife management area since the mid-1950s. So we've got a long history of being here, long history of deer harvest, a long history of small game hunting. So lots of tradition and lots of opportunity for new folks that want to get into that tradition.
Good deal. And you can find all the information about AEDC in the hunting guide. You can find the location. If you want to look at a map, go to tnwildlife.org and click on WMA maps and zoom right down to AEDC, and you'll find directions to get to a check station or whatever you're looking for. But thanks again for watching, and Wes,
Thank you for coming out. Look forward to seeing everybody.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me, buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
There you go. Welcome, everybody. This is the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee meeting, July 18th, 2022. We do have a quorum. I call this meeting to order. First order, we need to approve the minutes for the last meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second. All in favor of approving the minutes? Aye. No, all aye. So we go to the Historic Preservation booth at OTF September the 17th. We're going to have a booth at Old Timers Day.
This was added because there was interest last meeting of coming up with some different items to display in honor of the 50th anniversary. So we added this to see if y'all had any suggestions on what to put at the booth.
I know in years past, we have had a booth set up at Old Timers Day. A lot of the displays was stored in the upper part of the old Park and Rec building. The stands with the pictures on it, I don't know if it's still up there or not.
Yeah, we can definitely check. I know at one time we had a bunch of pictures up there. I'm not sure if that stuff is still up there.
It might be at the library now, but we will definitely look into that.
At one time, we had the white PVC pipe.
Yeah, a black stand with white PVC.
Uh-huh.
They had the black. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I think one time AC was going to check into that, and he said he did not see anything, if I remember correctly, but that's been a while back.
Okay.
So if we have a booth, if this committee has a booth at OTF, will you guys be able to staff that, or what's the plan moving forward with that?
I don't have a problem with it.
I can do it as well.
So we're talking
in years past, we have had different people spend maybe an hour or 2 hours at a time, assigned people.
So we're interested in like a 10 by 10 tent. Would one do? Do we need more than that, or do we need a tent?
Well, it's if we're gonna put a display up, we probably need a bigger tent, because if it did come up a shower, I'm sure we wouldn't want the articles getting wet. So if we're gonna put some kind of display up, I would think we need just about everything we had in the cover.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We also need to find somebody, I guess, within the board to follow through with this. We can't expect the Park and Rec to do all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of us needs to follow through with the park to make sure it's coming together, or help get it together, or something. I mean, I've been on the board for almost 10 years, and we've never really done anything at all. We've showed up, sat here, and done nothing. We've talked about the wood shack over there, but we've done nothing. I mean, so I'd like to start seeing us do something on this board besides showing up twice a year and sitting here wasting people's time if we're not going to put forth an effort to make this board legit in the city.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we need to start doing something. And if this is a start, this is a start. But we need to do something. I mean, we're just wasting people's time twice a year to show up. And actually using city time and all of the above. So we need to go there.
I can volunteer if nobody else wants to do it.
Okay.
And I can help. I mean, if you need my number, I can help. I don't have a lot of free time, so.
It's all I've got, so I've got.
Yeah, we'll check into the tent. So the Park and Rec will take care of the tent, whether we have to rent one or not, because we don't have a tent big enough. All we have is 10 by 10, so you're gonna want something bigger than that, maybe a 20 by 20 or something.
Unless you got multiple 10 by 10s you can add together.
Well, then they're gonna leak in between.
Yeah, we do. We'd prefer, if we're gonna do it, just to get a bigger tent so everything's covered. We'll look and see what we have. we'll make sure we have everybody's email, because we will not meet again with you guys, until after
that's what I'm saying.
OTF.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get everything, we'll look and see what we have as far as, the pictures. I know what Alderman Waldron's talking about, because that was almost a yearly thing to display those.
And if y'all want to email me and I can come meet with y'all or whatever, and start going through that.
Then you can keep us informed
Yeah.
about.
I'll reach out to the library and see what they have.
Yeah. I went down to the library and went through all the pictures from past Old Timers festivals because I was looking for a picture in particular. There's years there's really good information. There's years there's not. Yeah, and I was asking at the other meeting about if there was somebody else that had pictures.
The other thing is would the library loan those out to us and take that historical stuff away from the library to use?
Well, it would be better to digitally scan them all and put them somewhere. That way everybody can have access to them versus taking them out of the library. Because once they go out of the library, who knows where they're going to go. But if it's digital copies, then it can go anywhere.
Yeah, we could even create a digital display if we had like some kind of monitor or something and have revolving pictures. And
All that's already been done. I don't know where in the last 2 years or 3 years it's gone, but from 2005 to 2018, we just about had a historic meeting just about every month. And then we had it set up on Old Timers Day, and then once a year we had a historic kind of a celebration.
Yeah.
So from 2000 to 2002, I can't tell you where the stuff was, but what I'm getting from the members and a lot of the people in LaVergne, they kind of want more meetings. I think what I like to see between now and maybe Old Timers Day is maybe have one once a month, but we'll have a lot of stuff to be done if we're going to be at least have a booth set up for Old Timers Day.
Or we can just commit for us four to meet or us five and talk about it, either see if they'll let us do it here at City Hall or whatever, but us to meet and see what we've got and make a list of what we can do and what we can't do of getting this together before Old Timers. I don't want Park to go out of their way to get a big tent for us and we have nothing to put under it.
Yeah. So do we have to advertise that? Okay.
You mean if you would have to advertise a meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have to advertise it, and if we're gonna do it next, we may have the beautification meeting next month. I think we have a meeting next month already scheduled.
I think Greenway is next month.
Not for us.
Yeah.
Not for the historical board, no.
I think Greenway.
No, I think it's either Greenway or, there's a new board created, the beautification committee. So I'm pretty sure we already have one scheduled for next month behind the Park and Rec committee.
That'd be
Anytime we
best.
would
We'd
do
have
it.
it all the same day. Then everybody can just do it one evening.
But I think it has to be advertised for a certain length of time.
But I was talking about just us four. Even if it was just meeting somewhere,
Like
just
an off-site
us
committee
four,
meeting.
and going over what we've done and what we hadn't done and what else we need to get ready for it. Not actually a city meeting. Because they wouldn't have nothing to do with it. This would be just between us five.
Yeah, and we'll get a quote on a tent, and have them reserve it. But the closer we get, our department will reach out to you guys individually and see if that's something we're still going to be able to move forward with, before they actually show up on site and put our tent up. They usually don't show up until Wednesday of the week of OTF. So I think that would give us enough time to see what kind of material we could round up.
Cool.
And another thing, I like to reach out to y'all members. Make a list of things that y'all want to look into to find. I know we got on the agenda research history of the city streets. It's a number of things that'd be important for history that, you know, we hadn't tapped into. Anything else on the booth, September 17th, any more discussion or ideas on it? I think we're just waiting to see, I'm taking what we can find.
Do we have any budget for like a giveaway or any kind of?
I don't think the historic preservation has ever had a budget that I know of.
No, we never have.
Anything, any of like the greenway or any beautification, anything like allotted to that would come out of the parks budget.
Do we have any of those coins left for the 50th?
Yeah, those were given away here at City Hall, so Park and Rec wasn't involved in that, so I wouldn't have an answer for you there, sir.
I was going to say, if we had some, maybe we could give out some.
That's one thing that I was wondering about. I've been here since 1992. I barely heard anything about the 50th anniversary this year. Just very little. I don't know if there's some way we can play that up for the Old Timers Day. It just seems like it's sort of quietly been done.
Well, the only thing you can do is basically post it on the pages on Facebook. I mean, that's the only way you can do it. And I mean, you just got to keep reposting and reposting and reposting because
yeah, you got to keep pushing it out there. And there may be, I'm not Facebook savvy, so I don't really know, but there may be a limit to how many times, like, the PIO here at the city can push the same subject matter out without changing it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but Tony's right. That's about the only way you can really get good information out anymore is push it. If they push it at City Hall, then we kind of rely on everybody else to take that and share it also.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when I was on the senior citizen board and we needed food and stuff. I would post it on all of the walls. I mean, all the pages.
It just seems like if we had some signage or something saying, hey, we're having the 50th anniversary, we're doing this, you know, lead up some excitement to it, because there doesn't seem to be.
Well, they do some signage. I mean, it just all depends on where you are in the city. They put up signs at the Civic Center. They put up signs going to the park, and other places. They do put up signs. I don't know where you live or your travels in LaVergne, but they do put up signs. It's just not a lot of them. I mean,
yeah, I think the fire department, the old Civic Auditorium, over by Dunkin' Donut, you know, they put up in front of City Hall. They put up banners for stuff.
City Hall is the only place. Well, Dunkin' Donuts, I'd pass that, but City Hall, Dunkin' Donuts, I don't see it anywhere else. And I live behind Walmart, so I'm through the middle of town all the time.
I know in 2005 when Smyrna had their 100th anniversary, they had it at the depot, and they buried a time capsule. You know, we could do like a time capsule thing. You know, that'd be more in depth. You know, be something. You know, it'd be costly because you'd have to. The city could dig the hole, but you'd have to have a time capsule and put stuff in there. You know, I know Smyrna done it in 2005 for the 100th. And that's something we can do.
But then you have to come up with a place to do it and make sure those kids dig it up. And
well, the one they put up in Smyrna, I don't think nobody's going to dig that one up because they put a concrete thing over it, you know.
Well, the city is doing a time capsule.
Yeah, I think there are plans to bury a time capsule. Not 100% sure of the location, you know, and kind of like Tony said, you kind of want to keep that location secret so nobody does come by and dig it up. And I think they were planning on burying it in August, maybe the latter part of August. All of that's been coordinated through City Hall too, so I don't know if our PIO is taking care of all those details. But I'm pretty sure they do have plans to bury a time capsule.
Anybody can go up at the depot and look at that one. You know, you ain't gonna dig that one up without a backhoe. And, you know, what come in my mind, the best place for it would be up there at Veterans Park, right there by, somewhere around the Veterans Wall. Mm-hmm. If you put one at City Hall, you know within the next 50 years, they're they're gonna probably have a new city hall. It needs to be at least at the library or over at Veterans Park.
Yeah, I know there were several locations talked about. Library was one of them. City Hall was one of them, but like you said, we weren't 100% sure that was going to be here. Veterans Park, Library, we're pretty confident those are going to hang around.
I think the library and around the Veterans Wall, I'm sure the next 50 years, 100 years probably would be here. But I do have a lot of stuff from 1972, from the original incorporation of the city. Got a lot of keychains and buttons and stuff that I'd be happy to donate, and it's from 1972.
We should incorporate that into our booth.
Yeah. Well, see, when I used to have from 05 to 18, I used to have we used to have the celebration, and at one time we had this room packed full of articles, and we had it one time at the Civic Auditorium. We had it one time down at the multi-purpose building. So, we got plenty of stuff. I just don't know where in the last 2 or 3 years where it's disappeared to. Well, I guess we'll move on to research history of street names in LaVergne.
I have sent out several requests on Hip LaVergne and a couple of others on Kathy Tyson's page, asking for information about the history of street names in LaVergne, and I do have a list of about 20 so far.
I probably could tell you most of them.
I'd be happy to get with you and
give me that list, and I can probably just tell you off my head, the history of most of them.
That'd be good. I've already got it in the computer, so we can get started.
Anybody else have anything to add for the city streets? I guess the next meeting will be September the 19th, 2022 at 7 o'clock, unless we can get one between now and then. You might check with y'all's scheduling, and if, I think everybody at the board agrees, if we can get at least one more in, I think it would be agreeable. And we're down to the board members' comments. Chuck?
I'm good, I think.
You good? Tony?
Thanks for showing up.
Rhonda?
I think if we can just put some momentum in getting this Old Timers Day booth going, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
I think it's
as long as we stay in touch and put effort into it.
Yeah. So everybody was on that text message today?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just need to put effort into it. Nothing gets done unless you put effort into it. So, but I'm not trying to hit on that point, but I've just been on this board for so long. I've been on it for 9, 10 years, and we've done nothing at all except for show up. And it gets kind of, who are we? I mean, if we're going to be on the board, we need to put forth effort to make it stand out and say, proud that we're on the historian board.
I think we all agree with that. I think we're all excited about it. And I think having more meetings and not spread them out so far, I think it will be good because...
Well, the thing is that was the thing. We were having more meetings. I was on the board, we was having them, I think, every other month or every 3 months. And like I said, we were doing nothing. So
from 2005 to 2018, we was having them every month, unless we might have missed a month or two there. But
right, but we still wasn't doing anything. That's the point. We were not doing anything except for showing up and talking. But we need to put forth an effort of doing something other than showing up for a meeting.
Maybe we should have like either a yearly project or every 6 months have some kind of project that we're working towards and actively working on
Well,
doing those kinds of things.
The city starts having their events, you know, at the end of the year, well, in the middle, well, when summer hits, is when the park starts doing their, and they have tents up every event that we can show up and, you know, even if we could come off a little bit of money to hand out candy at Halloween or whatever, but they do have tents up several times a year that we can show up and represent and get other people involved in what we're doing. You know, 'cause there's other people that love LaVergne just as much as I know I do. And hopefully, if we can get more people involved, you know, about helping us and helping us get money and stuff, because that's the only way we're going to get money is if we get it kind of give to us, you know, or they buy things and give it to us for us to do things with, because we don't want to get into giving a city board money or that, because that gets into a lot of other stuff that we don't want to get into.
Is there some way that we could put up a donation box at the tents, or is
I
that?
don't think we can do it under, we can't do it under the city of LaVergne. You can't do that. I do not believe, okay? I was on the Senior Citizens Board, and because we're with the city, I don't know if we can do that or not. That was something, that would be something we'd have to talk to somebody about, far as.
Is there somewhere that I could go to find the rules and regulations on getting donations for a committee?
I think the first thing probably is to check with Evan and see what the do's and
Evan,
don'ts
the
and
finance
legalities is.
I think also Phyllis would probably have some information on that, if we could do that.
She might, but I think that,
Without,
I think I'd be safer though if we had Evan to give us a yay or nay on it. I think money's available. You know, it's enough business places in LaVergne. I think donations could be done, but we need to do it legally. We don't need to be doing something and then they say, well, you know, when you're doing a government body, it's different than if you're doing it yourself. But I'd be comfortable if Evan gave us the thumbs up on it first.
and I'm pretty sure if people donate, they want to know why we want the money. So we need to come up with things that we want to do with the money. And not just come up, hey, give us money. You know, and they're going to say, why? But come up with some ideas of what we can do with that money to make it look good for LaVergne.
I think most people, if they know if it's for historic preservation, I think that's basically all you need to know. That's what are you going to do with it? We're going to, you know, promote the history of LaVergne.
Yes.
That's what we.
Pay for signage, pay to invite people to the events, and to maybe do something to preserve. Maybe buy some display cabinets that we actually display some of this stuff,
Right.
instead of it being hidden away. I think there's lots of things that we could do, but we need to have, one, a place to house it, one, financially to be able to do those things, and three, create excitement around it. Because I think there's been a lot of people that have lived here many, many, many years. And like I said, I've moved here in '92, and the only things that I've really known about LaVergne is things that I have searched out for myself. So that was one neat reason that I was interested in becoming in the Historical Preservation Committee, is because I wanted to know more.
Yeah. And that excites me when young people and new people gets excited about history. I don't really think about it as much. You know, I kind of grew up around here and kind of second nature. And all the people that I used to go to get information that I didn't know is done passed on. But it's one thing that we done since 2005 and 2018. We preserved a lot of that history and pictures and stuff that we hadn't have done in that period of time. It would have been lost and gone, because when the old people is passed on, a lot of times their pictures is thrown away. we had, I know, 3 books full of pictures all the way back in the 1800s. We had pictures of homes that's been long gone. We had
I think they're in the library. I know that.
some of them is, but Miss Murphy down on Stone Road, she, and I'm sure she's still got some of them. She had tons of it.
But I think I heard she donated most of that to the library.
She did.
So they're at the library, so.
So, my comment is I'm excited about this board. I'm glad it's moving forward, and I'm glad that the other members is getting enthusiastic to do stuff. I'm ready to help do anything that y'all want to do. If I can add to it, I will. Or it's a few people left that I know that knows a little bit. If I need to go to them, I'd be happy to do it on the streets. And you know, LaVergne's got a deep history. A lot of history is in LaVergne, and I'm excited about people interested in it. And with that being said, I call this meeting adjourned.
you.